There we
Thank
go.
you.
Okay, you betcha. And thanks for the reminder. Now, all right, so we left off yesterday with bringing across a couple of labels here, and there's one of them that it's there, but there's something a little goofy about it. You can barely see it. So I don't know what. Now, let me ask you this too, Anushka.
Yeah.
You see how big everything is?
Yeah.
All these dialogue boxes and stuff. Do you need to do you like to have your screen set that size?
Um, Not really. I'm not particular to anything. I'm just going off the default right now. I didn't set it
Oh,
that way. This is
all
my
right.
monitor screen. That might be why it's a little different.
Yeah. All right. So we're gonna come back to this here in a minute. Um, so what I'm gonna do is this. I'm gonna minimize this and let's get a little bit more screen real estate here. You may have to bring that across to this monitor. I can't see it.
Okay, I'll move it.
All right.
1 second. I'm just doing something weird.
Okay.
Can't, I can't move my mouse. Hold on. What is
Yeah,
happening?
I was. Now you should be able to. I was doing it.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
Okay, perfect. All right, which one is the one you're sharing? One, two, or
2.
okay. And are you in your setup right now? You got a computer with two monitors, two external monitors,
Yeah.
and are they arranged the way you want them? Like when you drag
Yeah.
something one to the other, it's not two and three are not out of order. In other words,
No, no. The middle one is just called 3 for whatever
the
reason.
middle one is the one that's in the middle for you. So,
Yes.
okay. All right. So I'm going to take this number 2. I'm going to select that and I'm going to change its resolution here. And it says 1080 is recommended. So we're going to, whoa, 1080p. That's as good as you get. Yeah. Let's see if we can.
Usually
Is it just like the
125.
quality of the monitor is not good?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
I can
So,
move it to my
well,
laptop screen. I can share that screen if you want.
well, yeah, but the laptop screen may not be quite enough.
Okay.
Let me, what about the other one? Let's see.
You could do
Yeah,
the
I could put it
resolution at
in.
125%, Ken, and see what that does.
That blows it up bigger. Um, so let's see what this, I need the resolution. I need this number here. See, I need to go up smaller. See what, here, let me go back to that and to show you what that 125 does, Chuck, is this. See, it just gets bigger
Hmm.
like that. So
Oh,
then
that's
it's
for
going,
me. That's the old man eyes right there.
there you go.
That's the old man eyes. I need that. Thank you, Ken.
You got it. So, anyway, let's see. If we did do it, how big is your laptop screen for your eyes to work on?
I can just bring it closer to me and it would
Oh,
be fine. It's a little small, but I could make it work if the
well, all right, but actually you're going to let me. See, even that's a 1980.
I think her video card is
1980.
limited, Ken.
What's that?
I think her video card is actually limited too.
Yeah, and see, and that's blown up to 150. So yeah, so that's not going to do us much good. Um,
Yeah, the laptop is one.
yeah, I just looked at that one and it's also, it's only, see, I'm on one
Mhm.
and that's
High
as
as it goes.
high as it goes. Ah, man. Yeah, there you go, Errol. Save you $1 on your computers. All right, let me see. Is there anything else I can do? Resolution. Let me see here. It's display 2. 1920 by 1080 at 60 hertz and 8-bit. Boy, that's display adapter properties. Oops. Generic PNP. All right, let's see. You can't overclock it here. Let me see if I do this. No. I really, I really don't think we're going to be able to make it any different, which is a shame. Let's see here. That's on the other screen, maybe.
Yeah, it is. I'll move it.
There we go. Yeah, I mean, good Lord, what a lot of help you are. Wind blows. All right, I guess we'll just live with it. So, I'm going to sort these by type. And all right, so we'll just go back to it. All right, sorry about the side trip. I was just trying to save a little extra. Now, so we've got, and this thing here, because remember I was trying to change this thing to match that. It's I'm not sure I can change it from here. No. Let's see if I try to change this, and this is because it came across from AutoCAD. Um, that's why we're seeing that change. So if I try, see, it's now set for 2 feet 4 and 51/64 inches tall. But if I go here, it is set to be all right. Let's use engineering. Whoops. Engineering regular. Yeah, see, that's something. What's going on here? Let's see. All right, I'm going to bring up your models, and these are where those models that I was switching to yesterday, and I usually keep them docked over here. Now you don't have to keep them out there. It does take up a little bit of extra screen space, but that's where I really because I use them so often to check, different. So I'm going to be in this model, and let's scroll down here and find we're in feet and inches, 1/64. And we are at 1 to 20, annotation scaling, annotation scale. Yeah. There's something about changing this here or there. All right, let's try this. Engineering regular. See what that does for us. Okay. Let's leave the height alone for the minutes, for the nonce. And it is existing, so it will be engineering regular.
Hey, Ken, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So why is the leader, when you pick that over their existing channel, the leader comes off as part of the text? Is that the way it normally is?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
in this one, like if you,
Because I didn't think the leader was part of, but
well, it is separate. Um, all right, so let me see here. Let's see. So test text with a leader and word wrap. All right, so I'm going to place it, say here. Now, there is
Yeah,
a
I'm updated you later.
word. All right, so
Yeah. Oh, I'm in the report. Yeah, I'm done.
what we need to do, let's see, I'm going to go to my dimension settings. I'm going to match these things at 1 1/4 and 0.45 should be.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a spelling mistake and you had some corrections on it.
1.5 and 1.
Yeah, that's fine.
They
I'll do
typically
that.
are.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, just get it ready, then we will submit it definitely this week. Anytime when we are going to submit it. Thank you.
1/8 of an H, 1/8 and an 1/8. Let's do a couple of things here. Second, inline leader, that's good. Geometry, let's see if our arrowheads are going to be the right size. I forget what those numbers are supposed to be, but we'll try that and see. And text, style. be fine there. Okay. All right, so that sets our current. Oh, no, change. Yeah, that was the wrong arrow size. Well, let's go find out what it is exactly. So if we go back, let's just open up another one. Uh, Yeah, so see, he had already had a working file that he stuck down inside of boring log. So you got to really pay attention to this stuff. All right, I'm going to open into a new session so we can swap back and forth here. Yeah, dimensions are one of those difficult things to bring across sometimes. So we'll let this load up. Okay, let's see. It's okay. Let's see. Design blank background. Here's what I was looking for. Um, there we go. All right. So with that, let me get the models. Notice it's not finding this sheet. And this is in the other file. We're not going to do anything to that. Let me see. Why, though, is it not finding that sheet? Bring that dialogue across for me, please. Okay. Yeah, see, it can't find. These. And so here's an example where, Jeremy or whoever's got these boring logs, you see ours were in a thing called something log, some kind of log part. This one's called Gantt parts. So you just have to live with it. Notes and legends, sheets 1. So there's that. And then we'll do the same thing for the boring location table. And then his signature is probably pointing to, in the right. No, it's apparently correct as far as referencing goes. All right, so now I'm going to save those settings for here. And I also wanted to, now the reason we came here, whoops, let me go back to drawing. And the reason it came here was to get this dimension style, make sure it's correct. So it's, yeah, 1 1/4 and then 0.45. All right, so maybe it was. All right, 1 1/4, 0.45. Well, okay, so with that set up like we like it here, and I'm going to get these travel direction arrows and a couple things. We'll just keep this, handy. So we'll use it over in hours. Now here we are in hours, and I want to set this up, and I think we can just import that directly. $24, and that was 24. Right here, 425, geotech,
I was frequently sending me, but
or
It was working just fine. Now
9/11 got some things.
I'm gonna run home for a little bit. I'm not feeling that now.
okay, if the dialogue opened on the other screen, you have to bring it over.
No, it's on, you don't see it on the screen?
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I
Oh.
thought it was gonna, because I was importing, I thought it was gonna open up another one, but I
No,
guess.
there's nothing on the other screens.
Gotcha. It's all right, pen.auto, proposed standard, existing, 1.5 and 1/2, 1.5 and 1/2. Sixteenths. No, those things are wrong. Pin.auto, existing. So you could see a little more of this here. 1/8 of an inch. Make sure that's using engineering regular. It is. And 1 1/4.45. And set these.
My emails come through.
All right, terminators will set to 1. Dimension lines and extensions to 0. Save that. Now let's go back to this one. Set 1 1/4 and 0.45. All right, now let's say dimensions of, sorry, so if I copy this, now let's see if I place that same text right here. All right, there we go. Now, Chuck, to answer your question about that, why is like, you see how that, well, you don't see it there separately, but and here, you see those are all separately. Now there's something about these down here, I thought. No, they're still, yeah, they're still separate pieces. Now this is true of MicroStation
Okay.
in general. Oh, looks like I've got those things over there. Don't need them. All right. So a MicroStation is when you move these are two different things. This whole thing is, see, it's a note, but a note is composed of a piece of text. And let me actually get rid of this one because I changed the size and such. All right, so a note is composed of a piece of text in the current text style, or when you're placing a note, when you place it, you can choose a style, or you can override that with a font and the size and all that kind of stuff. You can also, let me see, place notes. Oh, I know what I was looking for earlier is make sure annotation is on. So that's good. I'm going to open this up a little bit further. And bring our running coordinates up here. No, I did want that. It's fine. Quite. Yeah, everything's slightly pushed out to the side. All right. So anyway, Chuck, so this is a piece of text. Now, if I were to drop this or explode it in AutoCAD terms, they would come apart. But when I move this text,
Well, the arrow moves
obviously,
with it.
you see it's intimately connected to that
Okay.
leader. Likewise, if I move this and say, point to something else. Now, if I point over there, it should if my display is set up, let's see here. Be where they put this, let's see. View options. I'm looking for the switch that says display unassociated dimensions in broken line style. I don't see it. I don't see it because I don't remember where it is.
Mhm. And is her AccuDraw set up, Ken? That's another question I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
Is her AccuDraw set up like mine? You know how you push the 0 or A on the keyboard when you do?
Yeah, good question to check. Yes, we'll have to
Because
look at that.
yeah, thank you.
Let's see here. Views. All right, there's that. Bear with me one quick second. User preferences in the category. Operation. Okay, I knew I was in the right place. User preferences, operation. Here we go now. Display. Huh. Oh, highlight broken associations. Yeah, that's. Display broken is different symbology. Here's the program. All right, maybe. All right, let's try this. I think now there you go. So what I want to do is place a note. And first of all, let me see here. Anushka, I'm looking for there should be a little dialogue, a little toolbox setting.
Oh, here it is.
There, that's
It
what
was behind
yeah,
our little bubbles.
think you're trying to sabotage the whole. Okay, now, so when I place a note, oops, not text. Let's place a note. So I wanted to make sure yes, I'm using that note. I'm going to use this. Let's switch it to existing is fine. I want associations locks on. All right, so annotation lock is on. And association. Okay, that's good. And I don't need relative data set. So let's paste this. Let's try this one more time. Dimension place note. And dot auto existing. Paste. So why didn't it? Paste note. See, it comes up with this one, but I want to choose that. And it's it's not changing it. It should. Dot. See, that should change it here. I don't know why it's not. Let's see. Horizontal is auto. Start terminator location automatic. All right, we'll just change it here. Pin dot existing. All right. We'll paste unformatted. And now I want to say associate to that point. Now, if this is working correctly, and let's see here, I want to also put this guy up here too, just for convenience sake. So now if I take this, it's now associated with that corner structure, but if I should pull it off, say, and just float it in free space, why am I not seeing that? My association lock is right there. My dimension style. But user preferences, operation, display, or highlight. It's not highlight broken associations. This is not exactly. That should be it, but I really want the setting that says display in alternate symbology. shouldn't be that. Broken association. It shouldn't say highlight. It should say display broken associations with different symbology. Well, let's look at this. Display broken associations. No matches found, so they must have changed that. Since, in which case, all right. Broken associations. We'll wonder why it doesn't work in another time. But anyway, to our point, these two things are technically different tech or different pieces. This is a text component of a note. Now it has the little dash to indicate whatever it indicates, I'm not sure, but that it's part of that, and the leader itself will be here. So if you move those independently, and in fact, if you were to move, if I'm going to select this and choose move, if I select it first and say move, and move it to say right here. There you go. There's that broken association I was looking for. Don't know why it didn't do
So the
what I
line
thought.
tells you that it's not associated with what it's supposed to be. That's what the dotted line represents.
Correct. But it
Okay.
also should have been when I pulled that tip off of that corner because I snapped to that corner, that should have lit up like that then too. And
Oh,
so
okay.
that's what it did. So anyway, you can move those independently like that. See if I do this, if I just grip edit that and move that to somewhere else, that's okay because I'm still associated with this, but it's also associating with this element. Okay, so but if I pull this down here and say just put it in empty space, that should light that up.
Okay.
And it's not.
Got it.
It's doing it. In fact, I'm willing to believe when I switch models and then switch back that it will. Okay, so it won't. All right. Well, regardless, so so if you're going to move this, for instance, if you simply select this and drag move it, it pulls the leader with it. If you were to select it and hit the move button, it's going to also drag that with it. Okay. And if I move it over on this side, it's going to bring that up. Now, if however and when you move, if you move this, let's say if I move and then pick this first, you see when you move that and pick it, it picks the whole thing together. Or even if you select them together and move, let's see if I can manage to get it. And if I move See, it moves those together. That's because this is acting like, are you very familiar with graphic groups?
Mm-mm.
All right, so it's acting like a graphic group. And if I've got that locked on, now let me see. If I move this, does it still pick? It's still probably, yeah. So now when I pick it individually, it's not, yeah, it still keeps the association. But if I,
Yeah, that breaks.
there we go, if I do that, graphic groups are a whole nother topic, but we'll
Okay.
get into that. So, all right. So anyway, here's what I have found to be the bugaboo about dimensions, especially coming from AutoCAD, is that sometimes, and then especially down here, when you start to change these sizes and something, there's something about it, it doesn't scale correctly when you change that, and I don't know why.
So can you to fix that?
Come
Can
from
you just
AutoCAD.
add? Can you add just a new note like that, and
Yes,
then?
you can. And that's often what I do is I
Okay.
bring these over
Mm-hmm.
and um, I'm going to move that from there to a spot here on this wall. So you see what happened? It showed me everything, but it kept the association there.
Okay.
So what I often do is I'll bring them over and just use them to copy the text. Now I'll get that brought up here a little bit. So it's pointing to that. And I'll just recreate it. Now here's one, beginning structure, and it's pointing right here to this intersection supposedly, but it's not exactly pointing to it correctly.
Right. It's not on
So
that.
I would, let's find this out, see what level that's on. P detail, that's on proposed wall. I'm going to change that to E wall. Oh, this E dash P dash level naming.
Mm-hmm.
That's old. Old conventions. The new conventions are you're going to put V dash in front of everything that's existing, and that V is because it came from survey, or you'll put VA if it's from survey aerial, if it's photogrammetrically derived. A C dash is a proposed because that's from the civil, whereas bridges and things have an S dash because that's from the structural discipline. That's why all of our level library, you see let me see if I can, boy, there's a lot of lag. So this pre-built PennDOT library, you're going to see all of the V dashes and the C dashes and the S dashes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're for. And the G dashes is for general.
Okay.
And you'll see also A dash if there's any architectural levels. But
Okay.
E dash and P dash shouldn't be used anymore. And I guarantee you that what am I going to guarantee you about that? So I guarantee you that,
They're not using the right.
well, yeah, I mean, I know they're not using the right the right
But have they
level
been retired by PennDOT then?
Oh, I know what I started to say is this is not a PennDOT job,
Oh, okay.
but I
Right.
guarantee you that the city of York is probably has within their specifications that they're to do this in accordance with the latest,
CAD standards.
Pub 408. Yeah. So, so anyway, so we'll do that. Now
So just create the new one down there that's messed up.
yeah. So what I want to do is I'm going to match this. I don't want that to be on P detail. Let's see, what's this on? Uh, E road text. It's not that either. Let's just make it a G. Let's sit on GNO. GNO text. Okay, now here's another little shortcut, Anushka. If you want to sit on a level, let me see, there's an extra little line in here that we don't need. If you want to basically match something there, is if you hold down the alternate key and click it, that's going to change up here. See how I've switched to those
Okay.
settings. So now I'm back to GNO text. And you can even do this if you want. Now this is, I don't know why you can do it. It's not any easier. If you click something and drag it and drop it up here,
Uh-huh.
it also sets it there too.
Okay.
Uh, well,
And that's to get those settings?
yeah, that's to
Yeah.
match the
Yeah.
level color and all that kind of stuff. So,
Okay.
all right. So now there I'm on the existing, but all right, I'm on GNO text. There we go now. So I'm going to, so now I know where this is supposed to go. This is actually going to go at the intersection of this center line and this orange abutment line. That's the station that we're trying to match. And they've got it sort of, they missed it when they put it down.
And that's probably, did they snap to it though?
Probably not, and it's probably because, somebody doesn't, is not aware, oh, I don't know anything about snapping.
Right, right. Yeah, I would have snapped
Uh,
to
So, and I sound very cynical. I'm sorry, I don't mean to, but
it.
uh let's see if I get shit.
Their drawing just looks like heck.
Yeah, it really is a
I mean,
piece of
it's
crap.
really, they should have let me do it, and I don't know how to do it.
Oh, this proposed curb. I don't know, did they draw in the concrete joints? And see, that's proposed curb, that's proposed road. Okay, fine. Now, here's another thing. So, see, remember I'm up here on GNO text.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to draw a line to connect these two pieces.
Right.
So I'm going to go ahead and choose this place smart line, and I'm going to now while I'm doing it, I'm going to hold the alt key down. Now when I snap to that right there, see how it switched it?
Mm-hmm.
So that lets you do it even in the middle of a command.
Well,
So
that's
now
good.
I'll go
I
back
didn't
and
know that.
get,
That's good info, Ken.
yeah, so I'll go back and grab,
Thanks for that trick.
you betcha, as Francis McDermott would say. All right, now, and this not only applies to setting if you alt click something and set the level and color and line weight and all that, it also sets the text style, the dimension style, anything that you click on, it inherits. It's like choosing the match such and
Okay.
such tool, okay? All right, so now I've done here, I've set all that up, which means that my current annotation setting is pinned out auto existing. But I'm going to switch my current to auto proposed. It's as if no, I don't want to do that. All right, let's see, dimensioning. existing. PennDOT existing. Okay, that's fine. PennDOT proposed is proposed and vert. Okay. So that should be fine. So now when I go to do this, so I'm going to use this to select the text, right click copy, and come over here and place note now because I'm now on that same thing. I'm going to now right click and paste unformatted. Begin structure, station 201, 2254, and I'm going to snap to this intersection down here. And we need to put it there, or let's just put it here next to the road. Now I see something that I don't know why. Pretty sure. I don't know why it's not reading these styles correctly here. That should not be existing. That should be PennDOT proposed as a text style. And oh, there we go. I knew that was going to happen. Let's see here. Let's try this again. There is something amiss with this. So PennDOT proposed, not that PennDOT. Proposed, but see, there should be. See, that's changing that size over there to some god awful. I want it to be 1/8. So now, PennDOT proposed, not 2/4, but 1/8. All right, so that should work. And then, we would just get rid of these guys entirely. All right, so that's lined up there visually. I'm not gonna worry about all those little pieces. We can't do anything about it. What was the name of that street? Oh, there's South and North Pershing. Even though north is pointing this way, I'm gonna trust that it slides up.
Can I have a kind of silly question? But
Sure.
like when you're cleaning this up, like this design, is a lot of it just like your own discretion, like figuring out what to,
Exactly. Yeah, a lot of it is, and a lot of that comes from uh just my year's worth of experience
yeah.
that I've worked with PennDOT projects 40 years, you
Hmm.
know,
Yeah.
and so I've gone through all those evolutions and everything for them, and even some districts, um, have different, they'll go against their own design standards and they'll say, well,
Hmm.
we prefer that here, and so you just have to do whatever that
Okay.
they're doing. So yes, that comes from
Does that
that
just come from practice and getting better at it and knowing what to what to
exactly.
get rid of?
That,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly
a
right.
lot of
And again,
experience
like I
on.
said, I've got 4 decades under my belt.
Yeah.
And yet people like see Tariq and even Hua and people like that that are managing these projects and putting them out the door. Well, they've also got several decades of these, but they've never worried about these types of things other than they know that, oh, well, we did this in the past. Let's just keep doing that. And let's do
Hmm.
it, let's do this way. And they got used to the way you guys know, well, Chuck, Mark Linville.
Yep, yep, yeah, I do.
And so he did all of this and you know, they would chain him to his drafting table and he would sit and work on this stuff laboriously and do all this thing, but very, didn't use models at all. Every sheet's a different drawing, all that kind of stuff, which is all fine. That's the way we all started. Um, but now that, we got more efficiency and PennDOT wants all of their consultants to start doing it these new ways. And, people it's hard for them to change.
Hmm.
So anyway, that's that's basically that.
Yeah, a lot of that's just going to come with experience, I think. It's like anything else you
Yeah,
Yeah.
do. The
exactly
experience
right.
is going to be, when, Ken being an engineer, besides
Hmm.
seeing hundreds and hundreds of plans, you
Yeah,
just pick it up, but that's what it's going to take. The intricacies of all those are just experience, I think. So,
Hmm.
yeah, yeah. So
I just don't want to do it for the first time and I like delete the wrong things and stuff like
yeah,
that. But I guess that's part
and
of it.
there's no real crisis involved. Let me see. So much, so much duplication.
and I think a
Uh,
lot of times this is DWG, but if they like the last profiles that Ken and I worked on, they were DGN files coming from the
Yeah.
client, did make it easier because
Hmm.
it's in Bentley already knows what that stuff is. So I think that was a lot easier. But
yeah. Now you see that orangey looking line? That's on
hmm
E structure. This line is on VA building.
Hmm.
And there we go. Maybe if I got, yeah, see, we'll just have to hope come plot time that it doesn't cause too much of an issue. So there's just, and who knows, because the people at this engineering company that did this work, there somewhere said, hey, you know what? We need to make two different lines here and lay them right on top of each other and make one short and one not, and we'll turn one on and off for different reasons. Well, why? It's it's insanity. All right, now I'm going to go back to here, for instance. Here's a good example of something that came from a client. Now this is in, let's see, 4350 GP mod. So that's in their reference file. And I had to rescale all the text because a lot of times they're not using annotative scaling. And so the line scales are all out of whack. The text is way too out of whack. And you see yeah, and my preference on doing things like this is that this block of text should be right justified.
hmm
And
Hmm.
they're keeping, and some, in fact, my wife works for a company called Civil and Environmental Consultants, and their CAD standards they have to be left justified,
hmm
even if you've only got a short word here and you got other long words here, and so the leader doesn't go all the way to the end of that word. That's why when we set up our dimensioning, when I set that style up, that I did text here that I said this edit about dynamic,
hmm
so that and then the dynamic justification, so that if you drag it to the left, this becomes right justified text and the leader is right beside the end
Right.
of the text. If you drag it to the left or to the right rather, then it becomes on this side over here. But in any case, this particular file, you see this is a sheet. This is the plan sheet from their general plan. And when they did theirs, no, they're referencing that as well. Let me see. There's something. Maybe it's not this file. Anyway, somebody, yeah, there's all those broken dimensions, and you'd have to go back and reassociate them. But somebody had sent in, they put together this sheet like this, but everything they drew right here on the paper, not on the ground coordinates, not anything else, and it was all out of whack, and it was just an absolute mess. So anyway, we'll just set this back up here. Let's save those settings. Let's see, what do we need? We've got the wings that we'll get. We've got the begin structure. We're not going to label the lanes. We're not going to do any of this kind of stuff. Because Tariq has a little hissy fit. Says you're showing too much, you're showing too much. Okay, no. And the problem is because, Mark, bless his heart, when he showed everything, he's just, it was almost an unreadable plan.
Right.
Because you have to change color, you have to change line weights, you have to make things, so they
Legible,
fade to the
yeah.
background. Some things are brought forth and are emboldened. But anyway, that being the case, let's now go to, and let's open up the DWG that that we're working with. So we can see and there was I'm gonna get that TS and L. There's a change that Chuck. I've not forgotten to check her AccuDraw.
Right. I don't think that's set up, Ken, but
All right, so all I'm getting this on here for is some labeling to see if we need to include anything in particular. We've got the street, centerline bridge abutment 1. I don't need to do much of that. I'm just, see down here these line styles because they couldn't find the line style. There's a broken association. So yeah, this is a real
mess.
mess indeed. Now that says, all right, so there's the existing channel wall running up here. Let's wow, really? Come on. Yeah, type not valid. See, we're up here. the heck is going on? All right, I'm gonna turn level off. And I want to turn off that, but it says element type not valid for this tool. What? Nobody has this file open elsewhere,
Nope.
do they?
I don't have any. My open roads isn't even open.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be the message you get anyway.
What happened?
I'm trying to turn these levels off by clicking on them. See, that's just a line string on a level. It's in a reference file, which doesn't matter. So if I right click and bring up this menu, except see, nothing's,
Is it a configuration issue?
I don't think so. I'm trying to bring this menu up. All right, Anushka, are you doing something with the mouse?
No, I'm not touching it right now.
Yeah, okay. So see, I should press and hold, and that should bring up the menu. And now even the menu is not coming up. So the menu was coming up.
The element selection or what? Something else?
There, like that. If
Oh,
you
okay.
press and hold the right mouse button with this menu, and you can turn the level off. Now, in which case it says change down at the bottom, it says change level, identify the element. So now I'm going to go over here and identify the element. But when I hover over it, it says that element type is not valid for this tool. Well, yes, sure it is. Now there's one that's a shared cell. If I turn that off, but why is that not? In which case, let's see what this element type is. So if I select, here we go, I bet you.
Move it.
Yeah,
Run. There you go.
thank you. Yeah, right there. See, that's, no, we don't. No, we're going to save them. So here we go. These reference files, that's still I'm going to do G mode, Chuck. Here's another good lesson. It's something easy to forget. You see this icon right here at the bottom with the lock on it?
Hmm.
That treats that attachment file as if it were a single element. So
Oh,
I'm going
so they're almost like locked.
yeah, in fact, that's why the padlock's on there.
Oh, okay, okay, gotcha.
So now,
Okay,
yeah, there we go.
okay, I gotcha. All right. Wow, that was hidden. Good tip.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ken.
Yeah, good to know. Like usually it takes me, several weeks worth of
Well,
bloody noses to,
you got the tricks though.
yeah. Let's get rid of some of this mess here. Now I forgot what I was looking for. Oh, I know why I did this. Because I came from this sheet. And I wanted to make sure we had our annotation.
Existing channel wall.
Let me change, why, God, really?
Oh, really? What happened now?
Well, first thing I would do if I had to work with this stuff is do a save as and save this as a DGN instead of trying to work with it in DWG mode. But anyway, let's see. I need to see, here is my existing channel wall.
Mm-hmm.
Right, follow the gain.
And this is a precast temporary wall. Now up here it says
Yeah.
precast
Comment.
permanent wall on that side. Okay. That's a wing wall for Cador's Greenway to be removed. I don't,
No,
I don't
no,
know that
I
I
don't go
need
with
to,
the Wilson.
I don't know that I need to call that one out necessarily. But this wall up here versus this wall down here, see, that's a retaining wall for Doris Greenway. Then there's that path. See what they're doing, they're basically shifting this river over creek over a little bit. They're building a wall out here and they're backfilling all of this so they can build a little walking trail and a bike path or something. And then this wall that used to be where they channeled the water through, they're now pushing over to here and pushing it this much, pushing that edge over.
Shifting the whole thing to the right.
Yeah. So let's see, there's the existing channel wall. So we're going to pop back over here.
Hey, so just one question.
Yep.
So when you went back to the other plan, I know this is probably off task, but you said save the DWG as a DGN to work it. Now, what would you do to do that? I mean,
I was
Well,
actually just going to ask that too.
yeah.
because
Okay.
if it
So
makes it easier to work the DGN, to me, I would save that as a DGN and say, let's get it. But
well, I did, except I wasn't really going to work directly with this file other than just trying to get,
Mhm.
that doesn't magically fix all of those shortcomings. It
Right,
still
right.
keeps the shortcomings, but you don't have any of those, certain like dimension issues. But when you do that, you're going to save as, and right here is this type.
Mm,
So you can change that. So if you change it
Okay.
to a microstation DGN file, now notice right here, this is
Mhm.
very important.
Okay.
These options. So you can remap some different things. You can use a spreadsheet, a CSV file
Mhm.
that remaps all kinds of the levels, fonts, line styles, colors, weights, and all that. But otherwise, they do a pretty good job. Then for any references, and if you have self-references, you want to retain them and merge them. AutoCAD doesn't actually have any self-references. This is more for going the other direction.
Okay.
And then copy levels during the merge, only if they exist or if you don't or always and blah, 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 blah. Merge internal references, merge displayed levels only. And by merging, I mean take them out of reference, out of external files and bring them directly into the,
Okay.
oh, excuse me. Oh, and then you've got the filter where you're going to change, only things that you select or within, or in this case, everything. And then you can choose of the different models, which ones that you want to bring out and whether you do all of these kind of stuff. Now, when you're going the other way, when you're going from a DGN to a DWG, there's a lot more because you've got things where you can split out
Okay.
DGN reference files and create DWG files out of even the reference files and things like that. Same thing with these references when we save this as, if it had references that were DWG, it won't necessarily create a DGN reference. It will keep it as a DWG because MicroStation can work with a DWG file format with no
Okay.
problem. It's just that,
So
people's
a default
usage
for
of
this one then,
DWG.
Ken. So if we were
What's
going to
that?
do this one, so let's use this as an example. What things would you actually pick on this one to export it just to say we were making a DGN in these things here for the remaps, the references? What would you pick? I'm thinking
Well,
just
well, you can pretty much live with the defaults and and try to, get and see what that happens. And if you get a case where like if you do this and you turn out you find that you've got, some blocks that are messed up, then you come back and do it again and change some setting here, but um let's remap. Let me Let me switch here for just a second. There we go. Down to this one. Where am I? Don't want to be here. Let's cancel. There we go. Now, if I were to do a save as on this one and switch it to Autodesk,
DWG. Okay.
now you're going to see
Oh wow.
you've got general remapping, references, which is basically the same. So you convert reference files if you want to or not. Unnested, any live nested attachments. See, AutoCAD doesn't have any of that. And you get these different filters, you choose from the different models. And one of the things in those models is that you can turn those models into each individual sheets, and you've got a seed file that it's going to follow to set up to
Okay.
try to bring these across. Use any levels, symbology overrides. If you've got those set up, I don't generally use those. Some consultants will, and that's where you get all those colors. Remember, Chuck, on the profile drawings, we had to go through and change a lot of that stuff, even though they were just DGNs.
Right.
You can preserve these ORD settings. And what this does is when you save this as a DWG and somebody works on it, and then they do some changes and they send it back to you as a DWG and you open it up, you can pick right back up and work with it with ORD, including all of the alignments, the terrains, the profiles, anything that was done with the ORD. So it holds all that as separate data.
Okay.
So, because AutoCAD doesn't have a clue as to what to do with it, but
Right.
that's what you got. So then you've got, some other things here. Let's see, dropping any unsupported line styles and dimensions, and you can see there's just
Tons.
references. Yeah, create overlays with no live nesting, or copy raster files, the output folder, viewport lock. There was something about. Oh, there it is. Create separate files for sheets. So in this case, I've got a design model and I've got sheet models. And so if I had that on, it would make individual DWG files for each of those.
Okay.
If it's off, it tries to make those sheet models into paper space,
Okay.
uh, parts in your DWG. So there's too many to really, spend a whole lot of time with today. I would love to be able to set up a lot of time and set up this whole
Right.
training mess for everybody, but it would take weeks to really get it
Yeah.
effective. Errol doesn't want to spend that kind of time. I
Okay.
understand that. That's fine. But again, this is just stuff that I've just beat myself in the head with learning as we go along. So, all right, so let's get these labels fixed and get this thing out of our desks,
All right. Thank
because
you.
these things really shouldn't take but maybe 3 or 4 hours total.
Mhm.
But we're spending 2 days because we're learning. All
Right.
right, so we've got this existing channel wall. I think this one up here, we're going to keep that the same. Now, here's another something I'm going to copy. I'm going to pre-select everything and copy it. And I'm going to copy it from here. And I'm going to put it down here because that will be the existing channel wall. So I'm going to just bring it right there. Now, notice this went unassociated because
Right.
it's, even though I snapped it to that thing,
Right.
I did it as part of a copy, and I plunked down this new element. So what you have to do in that case, and I've never managed to get this to really work, where you can reassociate
Okay.
elements and or reassociate dimensions. There's a tool that says reassociate dimensions.
Mhm.
So if I choose that and it says select the dimension, well, here's the dimension. It says reassociation failed. That's what I get most of the time.
Okay.
The easiest thing to do though is just simply select the arrowhead. And this is the part that gets associated. So I'm going to grab that grip and just drag it around and then lock it back to that.
that.
And see
Okay.
that clears it.
All right.
All right. Now I'm going to bring this guy over to here on this side and have to reposition it a little bit to get this where I want it exactly. Now I'm going to, because that's already done, I'm going to take this, copy it, and I'm just going to I'll put it say in here. And just jump it right there to that wall. And we're going to, instead of existing, it's going to be proposed. Wow, this business of this changing
Dimensions, yeah.
changing sizes, I don't understand. And that is a, what did they call it? Precast modular retaining wall, temporary. Well, let's go even better. Uh, let's copy that. We're going to switch back to our file. Why do we, oh, I see. Never mind. Now we'll switch back to our file. We'll double click that and we'll paste unformatted, remember.
Mm-hmm.
And now you see how that writes the line go through the words.
Right,
I
text.
don't particularly mind when that happens, but some people do. So they that text should really be, it should have a background. Now, I'm doing that just so I'm visibly sort of parallel to those. That's just pure cosmetics. Now I'm also going to go, I'm going to set up, I'm not going to do it necessarily just for this text, but I'm going to set up for all my text. So I'm going to go to annotate, go to here, my text styles, and the ones I'm using are pen.existing and pen.proposed. And I'm going to go to this background and turn the background on and make sure I choose that color and change the background to this lower right color, which is the background of whatever it's on. Paper would be white. If it's on a black screen, it's black.
Okay.
Same thing for the color of the border. Okay, and now I need to put the offsets in. So this is in text height units, and that's how much the background starts. So this is basically the buffer size.
Okay.
So that, and it does this on a per line basis. So you can have a paragraph of multi-line text that's spaced out pretty far, and it will, you can set it so that the blocking, what am I trying to say? You can set it so that the blocking blocks out everything within the total footprint of the paragraph or only around each line of text. So, we got a typical spacing like you're seeing there on the screen now. So if I put my text sizes, say, just half of a text height distance, then that's basically the buffer space. So if I save that, and then when we come back, you'll see that change. And that was that was existing. Now let's go down here to proposed. And we'll do the same thing under background. We'll turn it on. We'll set our color. We'll set the standoff at 0.5. We'll set this to the background color and we'll say save. And you see how that
Right.
block that out now. Why is that right down on top of it? That should be, let's say 2 times. Let's try it. See what that does. Yeah, there's something goofy about that. I don't know. Yeah, see, it should have.
Yeah. So now you can see the.
And so you can see the thing through there. It should have given more of a standoff, but yeah. Anyway, there's another way you can do this on certain things is if you get on the actual text itself. Now this is a note. So you'd have to open this up, go to the dimension, and there's a style. Let's see, it won't let you change it here. You could do it by this and redefining the text. Go here and set your background up like that. Now, when you move that up, yeah, see, now see how that got the buffer in there that time. All right, let's try this one. It might be because it was already made. Yep. Just that the change in the text style did not. Then you saw it change over here. There we go. In fact, if you scooch that, sneak that down just a wee bit, it looks like somebody trimmed off the line. That's perfect. All right. Now you can also do that with certain things. What I started saying, the properties. If you see this piece of text, one of its properties is whether or not it has a background right here. Has background, true or not. So that one says true. So if I move this over top of that, you see, it's got a background. It looks like it has a 0 offset, but still it would block out, what we're going. So anyway, I don't want to get into the weeds too far on all this kind of stuff, guys. I've got to go about mid-afternoon and I'm not available tomorrow. So let's get
What's
these
that last
things.
piece of text
Now let's
again?
check your AccuDraw settings to make sure we've got that set correctly. So when we are, let's say I'm going to draw a line from relative to this point, but I'm not going to start at that point. I want to change that. I'm going to change its origin. So I'm going to say O. Oops, I guess I hit P instead of O. So if I go here to O, yeah, see, that doesn't. That is only civil. So we need the AccuDraw shortcuts. Where's AccuDraw? That's what I'm missing. Ah, yes. Perfect. Now, I think I have to. There Those are locks, rotations. Oh, there we go. Gosh, I always have the hardest time finding this thing. Okay, Sir Charles,
Mm-hmm.
if you wouldn't mind, go ahead and fire up ORD on your end and look at the screen and just have this handy. Because under O, you see, I've got to have like some of these things here that are subsets, like there's for P. So when I type O, I'm going to make, see, and that says civil chord set origin. And I think it says AccuDraw set origin, but let's try it first. Don't let me decide that. So if we do add a child, yes. All right, so that's going to be an A is the key. The label is set AccuDraw origin. And the key in is I've already lost it. Go ahead, Chuck. Tell me what yours says.
All right, I'm just not opening mine.
Is this like supposed to already be in there or something? Or is it
Well,
something
this is
you
the
have to add?
customization. This is something that Bentley should have set up by default and didn't.
Okay.
Because the default operation out of the box works as if everybody's using Civil AccuDraw.
Okay.
But most civil design people use both Civil AccuDraw and regular drafting AccuDraw.
Okay.
So
All right, then how to get the keyboard shortcuts to come up?
in any blank space, hit the space bar and you'll get a little pop-up
Yep.
palette.
Mm-hmm.
And in the right-hand side, maybe the first or second row up from the bottom, first or second icon in from the left. If you hover, you'll see one that says show AccuDraw.
All right, AccuDraw ribbon groups.
Yep, click that.
Yep, did.
And then it's the lower right, I think, of that.
Toggle AccuDraw.
Not toggle it, but
Enable or disable input.
no,
Hold AccuDraw. Put AccuDraw on hold.
it's
Mode.
the, hang on a second. Let me see if I can switch over to,
Rotate element.
yeah, maybe I can do it here. Hang on. Oops. All right, so here's the way to do it. You hit the space bar and that toggles these shortcuts. And there are people that use these things all the time to keep from having to use these I can't remember them all. So I'm going to say, here's my toggle, my show AccuDraw ribbon group. So if I do that, here we go. It's this lower guy right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
All
didn't see
right.
that. So, yep. All right.
So
Then,
then from here, you've got these three tabs.
right.
On the display tab, choose the shortcut key ends.
All right, I got
So
it.
now under O, it's civil chord set. So civil chord set origin, and it should say AccuDraw set origin on
Okay, now
yours.
my O says set origin. It's got drop downs below for A and C.
Yes, and A says,
A says AccuDraw origin for the label, and then the key in is AccuDraw set origin.
okay, that's what I thought we were gonna, that's what I thought it was, but I could. So AccuDraw,
Origin.
AccuDraw set origin is one word, a keyword, and I'm gonna take this set out. just so it matches. Okay,
Accurate
so
draw origin is correct, and then the next one is accurate draw space
oops,
set origin.
hang on.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. And an extra A. All right, so now I'm gonna do
C
another.
for civil.
Oh crap. That one. O and C. There we go. Except I'm gonna make
C.
it capital C. Boy, come on. Man, this is slow. Shift C. Anushka, hold the shift key and type the letter C, please.
It's not doing anything.
There we go. All right, let's try this. Let's apply that. Let's try coming back into it.
Hmm.
There we go. C.
I'm gonna try again.
All right.
There we go.
Now hit tab
Uh,
and type civil origin. Space origin. There we go. Now tab and type civil COORD. One word. No, one word. Take the space out. Space set origin, just like above.
Hey, and then on the label though, Ken, you got mine as
One
civil.
word, Anushka.
that origin?
Yeah, see, just like the
All of
line.
it one word?
No,
Okay,
no,
I
no,
see
no, no.
it.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like that. Now, Chuck, what was your deal?
You said on mine for the civil, you've actually got civil AccuDraw origin for the label.
Okay, so
That way you know it's the AccuDraw. I think is the reason you
yeah,
did
it
that.
might as well make them match. Okay. So now let's see if they work. So if I place a smart line here and I go O, there we go, A, and then I'm going to go to this corner and say, let's find a diagonally looking corner. Let's go to this corner. And while we're sitting there, I'm going to say divide by 2. There we go. So it temporarily drew from my initial origin to this other point, divided that by 2, and set that mid spot. So when I click the mouse, that's where it went. So yeah, so that O lets you set those temporary origins, and then you could, so okay, so that works now on hers. All right.
Thank you, Ken.
Yes, sir. Thanks for the reminder. All right, existing channel precast temporary, and we've got a precast permanent. So we're going to take all of this, copy from here, and we're going to go over here, and I'm just going to put it like so, and then snap that in. Existing channel wall now. It's not actually a channel wall, that's a wing wall. I think I'm going to take this one and just remove it, because it will show up as needing to be removed. I'm going to also do that so it doesn't look like it was forgotten. And existing channel. And this says, this will say propose. So I'm going to hold the alternate key and click over here on this. And I'm just going to go to annotate, place a note. And I'm going to come from State College. All right. And that is a proposed, oops, proposed wall. I'm just going to say proposed wall. I don't think. I don't think I want to become much more specific than that. Let's see, retaining wall, Cador's Greenway. Maybe we do. Proposed retaining wall, Cador's Greenway, except I misspelled Cador's, I think. Yep. And I misspelled Greenway. All right. There we go. And I'm going to enable word wrap. Shorten it up just a little bit. Now I can get rid of this goofy thing. And yeah, I'm not going to burden the drawing by putting all kinds of extra crap up there. Everything else will be stuff to go away. That's there. And this wall then is, instead of temporary, this word is permanent. All right, now we had one other thing that I remember that I'm used to seeing. And what is this? They've just simply got station ahead. Okay. Oh, I wanted to get this end structure. I'm just going to copy that. Go back to here. I'll take this. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm going to go here and I'm going to keep it horizontally the same by locking down to that axis there. Chuck, I'm going to leave it up to you and Anushka, up to your own learning to understand the nuances of AccuDraw. It's a tremendous, tremendous efficiency tool.
Yeah, you showed me
Okay.
that. That's why I thought it'd be
You
nice to
don't
have
know
some
it yet.
terms.
And so now we're going to right click and paste in formatted. All right, so now we got beginning and structure, we got the travel directions, we've got the creek name with the flow direction, we got the borders of the creek, we got the old channel walls, the temporary and permanent channel walls, the new wall for the greenway, the name of the road, both in SR terms and in local street name. Existing channel wall marked twice. Okay. All right, troops, I think that's it for us on that one. However, we do need to get these boring locations. And they are on, let's first of all find out where this is in. Reference viewport 1. It's in the model, okay. Now it would be just as easy, I think, maybe easier. Chuck, remember how we set up the boring locations in the profile?
Mhm.
To bring those in. Now, see, there it is, and that's probably got a piece of text. Is that text? No, it's just a line. All right, so this is on P boring. Let's go back to oh, I bet I know what. I bet it is independent text over in this sheet model. Yep. All right, so we need to find so it goes 1, 2. And by the way, you see that prompt that comes up every now and then, it prompts me to save the drawing. That's
Mhm.
because I'm in DWG mode. If I were in DGN mode, it saves as I go, which you can change if you want, but anyway. All right, so we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now there was a 5A and a 7A. Down here's 5A. There's
Yep.
7A. Okay, so those are the ones we want. And those are the numbers that we need. And those would be what we're going to get. So we're going to go back to our model just because we're going to keep the coordinates the same, the scaling the same. And we're going to select everything on P dash boring. Well, we gotta get there. Okay. Now we need to find a common point. To copy from and to. That's the same in both drawings. I think I'm going to use this inside corner of the building. So I'm going to double button snap to tentative snap to that location. Go up here and choose copy to the clipboard. Then back to our drawing. And now paste, and it should be a 1-to-1 scale this time. There they come. And we're going to go right there.
Nice.
Except, see what happened?
We need to like turn it, right? Like how we turned the
That's correct.
original.
So what we're going to do is this. We're going to undo that. We're going to set our view to unrotated.
Mm.
Now we'll put it back. Make sure I'm not grabbing a piece of that pattern. And now everything looks good.
Mhm.
And we'll rotate by 2 points. Rotate by 2 points here. Now there's another way I could have done that instead of having to unrotate this and put it back. And that's down here in our locks. And you see this guy right here?
Mhm.
That's your ACS plane lock. And right now it's off. If I had turned that on, I think it would have worked correctly because that's an auxiliary coordinate system that I have in place. And so that's how they got done. Now, each of these, because we are doing these drawings, our drawing sheet's going to look like this. Of course, we're going to have, grayscale and, oh, well, we haven't gotten to it yet. Sorry. We're going to set up our grayscale and our darker sheets, but our little guys here aren't all that prominent. So I'm going to change their scale to make them a little bit bigger. And I see right now, if I select that, you see that scale is basically a 40 scale. I'm going to maybe make that oh, at least a 50. Let me see how big that's going to make these. 50, 50.
Not much bigger.
Not a whole lot, but let's try them at 60. But I don't want to get them too garish either.
Right. That looks pretty good.
I think that'll work. All right, so what we'll do then is
Right there.
okay, they're now selected. So I'm, oh, excuse me. Oh, goodness gracious.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Excuse me again. Oh,
Bless you.
Bless you.
thank you. So I'm going to right click and choose display set just to make it easier to sort of have to dive around all those things. So now that says to match that scaling. And if I'm trying to think of how if I do this way, and then let's take this loose that's already done as 60. down in here, I can, yeah, do these globally, make these all 60. I wouldn't have had to have changed it. It would have just said varied, but now. Okay, there they all are. And come back to that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 5A, 6, 7, and 7A, 8.
Those are
I think
close on that corner.
What's that?
Those borings are close on that lower right corner. They're like one over each other.
It's true. And there's, for whatever reason, they got into 7. And he goes, oh, I hit something. I got to scoot it over a little bit, whatever. So, all right, so we need to label them next. So I'm going to go ahead and just sit on that same level. So I'm going to alternate click so I'm on that level. And I'm going to set some text. Now I want this because these are, in our case, they're existing. So I want to use existing text style. In the TSNL, they're shown with a dashed or with an italic font. I'm sorry, with a vertical font, which means they're proposed because when they turned their drawing in, that was a proposal for where those things go, is the way that's supposed to have been indicated. But in any case, they should be with italicized text to indicate existing features. Okay, so we're going to just go through here and label these, and we shall go to annotate, and let's choose our text, make sure we're in the right style. So let's use pen.existing. So that's good. Now we're going to not just place a piece of text, but we are going to do this increment. So we're going to copy and increment text after we put in our first one here. So we're going to place text. Now I forgot what they called them. Was it? Um, SB dash, so soil boring. Okay, so we're going to place a piece of text. And I'm going to come over here and make sure I've got my annotation on so that my 1/8 inch scale is going to work. And I'm going to make these view independent because if this has to rotate, the text will always read left, right, and horizontal.
Okay.
And so I'm going to call this, I want to make these, what justification do I want? Oh, let's just put them here. And that was SB dash. We're going to use an N dash, which we haven't got yet. Boy, I wish there was a way to get to these faster. go. That's just a regular hyphen, so we're gonna add the favorites. What was that one? That was figure dash. Add the favorites. You know, you can actually take this part out because the reason I'm doing it is I'm not going to put them in there for each of the different fonts. Because right now it's going in for each of the fonts because they're dash figures and they're the same in both fonts. So there's no need to have duplication. So this way, when they're in here, when you see the list, it won't say that parentheses font name. All right, so we're going to use an in dash. One. And we're going to come down here and we're going to place this guy. See if we can put him out here a little bit. Okay. Now, if I were to write this as a cell, come on. I was going to put a background behind that, but it's, you know what, let's just rely on text, heavyweight and lightweight lines. All right, so now we're going to go to our text tools here, the one on the lower right, and we're going to copy / increment text because we've got our seed started as SB1. Our increment up here is going to be a 1. So we're going to say 1. And then we go up here. See, it changes to 2. Down here was a 3. 4. I'm trying not to get so. Trying to get so much stuff wiped out. Let me just tone down the wipeout a little bit. And then 5 was here. Okay, now I need a 5A, or actually, let's just keep going with this and we'll do a 6. I got something wrong here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, okay. Oh, hang on a second. Hello, it's Ken. May I help you?
Yeah, this is Jim.
Jimmy, what's up? Hey, I'm on a Zoom call. Good. I'm on a Zoom call, so make it quick.
So, the meeting, they said there's some more stuff they want you to do, but you know, seems like you're back on the same stuff.
Yeah, probably. So, well, no, if you're doing Thompson Run, I'm not.
I thought we did Thompson Run. Well, with Thompson Run was, you heard what happened with that.
Yeah, I never got it. I never got.
Running.
Yeah, I never got it. I never got it finished. So he lost his funding. That's all on me. Um, but then again, every time I'm trying to do something, he wants me to do it. Those are overhead hours, but I can't charge to it. So anyway, so what's up? Yeah,
But, you know, I couldn't really say too much on it, yesterday.
yeah,
And I didn't want to do it because
right.
going on, it's like, even like I'm, like I think I've been working on that. It's like I don't get any benefits or anything.
Well, that was my question.
I get it.
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm wearing like a semi-retired.
Yeah, that's exactly that's exactly what I'm having to do. Now, did you go on Social Security already?
Oh, no, it's like I'm trying to get myself up to my full retirement age of 67. So I'm trying to retire actually early. I'm like,
Well,
when I
okay. Well, what are you, Jim, listen, I'm going to have to scoot back to the session here, but what are you doing insurance wise? Are you just under Cobra?
no, I actually, when I got the office, this was a miracle. Okay. I was actually just 65. We're going to get into
That's,
I got Medicare, and I applied for the. In the meantime, I made my decision easily when I got on to the Medicare Part B and I got an HPO.
okay. So Jim, you went on Medicare then, right? To get your health. Okay. All right. Okay, all right. So I'll take care of that. Listen, I'm gonna have to scoot back. I'll give you a call after we're done later this afternoon or maybe tonight. All right. Okay. All right. Yep. Thanks. All right. I gotta go. See you. Scoot. Bye. Whew. Chuck, Anushka, I'm sorry I didn't hit the mute button.
You're fine.
Thought they were
okay.
calling I thought it was Jeremy or something.
I'm already on
All right.
Medicare, so I'm good.
You're on Medicare?
Yeah, I'm already on Medicare, so Parts A and Part B.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to do it, I think. Although I'm gonna have to Cobra until and I don't know much about it. Like I'm within 3 months of my birthday, but I'm not at my birthday yet. So but can I go ahead and
Yes,
get it?
yes, Ken. You can start the paperwork 3 months prior to. That's what I did. It made it a lot easier. And for
No,
you,
yeah, I understand I can start the process, but can I get covered now? In other words, can I get the
you can do
Medicare
your
now, or do I have to Cobra the company insurance until November?
well. So here's what I did: as I actually signed up for 3 months before for Medicare. The Medicare goes in effect 1 May. For me, it's just the thing. So I'm paying for Part B with my own money, and I dropped the certain insurance plan from AWK. I saved two
Yeah,
hundred dollars.
right.
Yeah. So and then it went into effect 1 May is when I got my Medicare card. So the 3 month
All right.
early just because of the legwork.
But is 1 May, is May your birth month?
Yeah, May is my birth month. That's why. Yes,
So
exactly.
that's what I'm saying. If I started the process now, let's say I got finished in October, could I go ahead and go on Medicare in October, or do I actually have to wait until my birth month?
You'll have to wait to your birth month for the Medicare to start. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to have to do something between now and then,
Mm-hmm.
insurance wise, because my insurance is dropped.
Right.
Because Errol basically laid me off except for as needed basis.
Oh, okay.
So that was my question with
Yeah.
Jim, and,
Yep.
and you
Mm-hmm.
can't ask Jim a question without taking a week. So, but
I got you.
all right, so we've gotten pretty much everything I think we need. out of this. We're good to go with those are set there. And now we're going to start to build our sheet, and we're going to turn our existing features gray and lightweight, and the heavier ones will be black. Our proposed features will be black. And oh, we need that station ahead business. Let's do it down here. It's typically done where the road names are. See if I can do it this way. I'm going to copy that. Good heavenly days.
Never easy.
Well, I don't understand it though. All right, Anushka, can you right click anywhere out in the drawing for me, please?
She's not responding.
Not doing it.
All right, I guess we got to wait on
We
something.
didn't pay the squirrels this month.
Apparently not. Speaking of which, I got a couple of chipmunks at my house back in
Nice.
Pittsburgh that they run around. They're not really, you look at them and you go, oh, how cute little buddies. They're not really buddies. They don't much care for each other, Chipmunks are very territorial and very solitary. But I sit on the patio and I keep this little plastic cup with pistachios in it.
Mm-hmm.
The shelled, they're not shelled, they're still in the shell.
Right.
And every now and then I'll sprinkle, 7 or 8 of them out on the patio. They'll take turns running up and grabbing and stuffing their little cheeks full of pistachios and running off and hiding them. So yeah, we didn't feed the squirrels, but I feed the ground squirrels. Now I came down here, we got this lake house and it's like right in the woods, and we've got this fox that runs through the neighborhood and she cleans out the ground squirrels now.
What lake is it, Ken?
What that?
What lake are you at in?
Oh, I'm sorry, Deep Creek.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, I thought you said what make is it? I said, oh,
No,
it looks like it's a red fox.
no. What lake?
Deep
Sorry.
Creek, Maryland?
Yep.
Or oh, cool.
Yeah. So are you familiar with it? Have you ever been down here?
Yeah, I grew up in Maryland, so
Oh, really? Okay.
yeah, not too far, like an hour from Deep Creek.
Oh,
Nice
well,
one.
how far?
Yeah.
Where about? What?
I'm from Columbia, like Ellicott City
Okay.
area. Yeah, yeah. So I grew up there, went to school there, and then yeah, now I live in Harrisburg.
Yeah. Well, no,
I
I
still
don't.
go back to my parents still live there, so I go and visit.
Yeah. Well, you should. You're a good girl, Anushka. All right. Now, well, good. I don't know. Can you try, like, I can't get anything to,
Yeah, it still says on that when
Yeah,
it's
I
grayed out,
can't
it says not
even move
responding.
I can't even, I don't even have the
all right, I'm gonna go over to
arrow.
this one. Let's see if I got this, and maybe I can knock something loose. I don't need this for anything anymore. I'm gonna go ahead and close that. Let's see if so doing, is it gonna free anything up here? Doesn't look like it's locked up tighter in the drum. All right, let me do this. I'm gonna stop control and I'm gonna stop your sharing. See if, and tell me, does that free it up now?
Nope. I can't,
Yep.
my arrow isn't even, it's just a loading circle.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. This computer's a little slow sometimes, so that happens.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
Right, like even like Acrobat is like a nightmare on this.
oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
See, that's such false economy. buy a laptop and a couple of monitors for $400. And yeah, you
Yeah.
save some money, but you lose so much more money by not being able to use it.
Yeah.
Your productivity
Hmm.
goes down. If your machine's not faster than what you can work, you're wasting time.
Yeah, I feel like I would be a lot faster if, things
And I
would
try to say
respond
that everywhere I
faster.
go because I used to do IT. I was IT for working with Microsoft for over 10 years. And
Yeah,
I
where did
tell,
you work before? Were you at PennDOT?
no, no. So I worked for Melham Associates in
Oh,
Harrisburg as a surveyor. I was
yeah.
instrument man for there, and then I did. When I got out of the service, my captain for my departing gift, she sent me to Microsoft. So I became certified at Microsoft. So what I did was I was on my own. I wired Melham Associates complete building top to bottom, put in the routers, everything, and then became an
Ah,
IT
good man.
person for 10 years. So
Well, first of all, and I don't think I've told you before, but thank you for your service, Swabby. I was in the chair.
you're welcome.
Yeah, I was in the chair force myself. So,
So
uh,
anyway, that's what I try to explain to him. I says, look, you have to have the best of the best equipment. I mean, I know you're going to pay for it now, but in the long run, the productivity is going to be hands down because the computer's waiting on you. Like how
yeah.
old you are, or slow,
Well,
or
not only productivity, but just the quality of the build and everything else.
hmm
Because I work on a Mac,
hmm
and my Macintosh cost $3,800. It's a laptop, and
hmm
it costs $3,800. It's maxed out. It's the
Oh
Apple
my.
chips and the most of the memory,
hmm
and I've got what's called a studio display. The studio display costs $3,800, but I mean it's an 8K monitor.
Wow.
It's
hmm
extreme
big one.
resolution,
Yep, that's
and
nice.
I can run it. And I've the only time I've ever had to restart the machine is when I've done some particular type of update, and even
Right.
at that, it doesn't always restart.
hmm
I've had it. I don't think one time I had it like a year and a half in continuous operation. No reboots, no shutdowns, no.
Wow, that's crazy.
And yeah, and it's just a better machine, and it has freed up so much of my time that it's ridiculous. And Windows is such a thief on productivity. There's
Yep.
something out in the
Mm.
woods outside my window that's flapping around. It looks like a osprey or something is circled in. Anyway, um, all right, Anushka, is it still locked?
No, yeah, it's even worse. Now I just got a pop-up that says that Open Roads is not responding. Like the whole program is responding.
So does it give you the option to hit close?
Yeah, but it says that if
Well,
you close the program, it might lose information. I
that's
don't know.
okay. Go ahead and do
Okay,
that.
close it.
Yeah. That's one of the reasons MicroStation saves as it goes.
Mm-hmm. Right, it closed.
That's good.
Should I
Okay. It,
reopen?
yeah, go ahead and reopen it and then reshare your screen and go back.
Okay.
Same deal. Mm. Chuck, where was your last stationing?
Last stationing was New Jersey. I was at Naval Weapons Station Earl, New Jersey.
Oh, good for you. All right.
Thanks.
My my stepson works for the Navy. He's a Navy employee, but he's a civilian employee.
hmm
And he is a nuclear health physicist.
Nice.
So he's sort of in charge of the decommissioning of all the nuclear systems.
Right.
Because he was a major slacker in high school, and he was an amazing guitarist, and just
Oh,
he
good.
wanted to be a musician. Of course, he had the long hair and all this attitude, and so he went to school up in Winchester at Shenandoah University, which is used to be a music conservatory. Now it's also a nursing school, but a very, good little school. And it took him a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer, a little bit longer. And finally, one day he sits his mother and me down on the couch. We're down visiting him. He goes, I'm going to show you something. So he goes and reaches and grabs this tube and he opens it up and he pulls out this roll. And I'm thinking, oh, is he finally graduated? It looks like, well, he has 2 degrees, one in math and one in physics.
Oh, nice.
So
Wow.
he got very interested in music while he was there studying music, go figure. And but he really glommed onto the commercial production of music and like the soundboards and recordings and waveforms, and he had to study physics and math to get all this stuff done. And so next thing you know, working the he's working as the sound engineer for a house band for there in Winchester, a group at a place called Sweet Carolines. That's actually co-owned by Dan Aykroyd, and Dan Aykroyd used to come sit in the audience and watch them
Oh,
all the time.
wow. That's neat.
And
Wow.
but one of the band members works for FEMA,
Hmm.
and
Oh.
he was, I guess, divorced, but he had a big house and all this extra space. And so he rented a room to Matt. So this was after Matt graduated. He just hung on and kept doing the sound engineering work for them for a while. But then he gave him a contact and we got in touch with the Navy, and the Navy hired him. And because he had a degree in math and in physics, they, trained him up in their specific stuff. So he's been down at, they live in Williamsburg, about 5 miles right outside the gate for historic Williamsburg. But he
Oh,
worked
nice.
first at their weapons, not the weapons station, but is there like a depot or an arsenal or something there? What's it called in, maybe it is a naval weapons station. It's right there at Jamestown. Well, anyway, he's down there near Navy headquarters on the east instead of San Diego. He's in the Hampton Roads end of the world. But he travels all over the place, all over the world, actually, doing stuff. So,
Nice. Good for him.
uh, yeah, yeah, he was there. Uh, he said, he doesn't really work all that hard, but, but
There's
anyway,
nothing wrong with that.
but he's got a pretty I'd say a high stress, high importance job. So,
Hmm.
all
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
So now we are good to go there. And I'm going to go
Yep.
back now. And we're not quite good
Oh,
enough. I'm going to request remote control again. Okay, no, I see. All right. So what I was going to do was I was going to change this into a note. So I was going to, is that on the other screen?
nope.
No. There we go. All right. So I'm going to copy this. Really? Boy, there's something
Yeah.
about that. All right, go through the same thing. Go to right click your taskbar. Let me see here. I'm gonna stop remote control. I'll stop your share. Go ahead and do that same thing and come back into it. And we'll get that set up and then we're going to take our lunch break.
Nope, it did the same thing.
Yeah, I
It
know. Go ahead and choose your close or choose your shutdown. And then I'm just going to retype it. There's something about that element that's corrupted.
okay.
And again, remember we brought it across from their DWG file.
So are you just gonna you said you're gonna replace like retype it and make a new note instead of trying to
Yeah,
edit it?
yeah, just go ahead and get things
Okay.
up
Yeah.
and running again and reshare. And then I'm going to fix that so that we put that station ahead marker in with the street name. And then we're going to take our lunch.
All right. Do you want to request remote control?
Yep. Let's see here. Okay, now I am just going to say, what level is that on? E-road text. Let's just go ahead and sit on that. And we're going to annotate and we're going to place a note. And we're going to call that SR 0462 West Market Street. And then stations ahead. I'm putting a specific line break there and not just word wrap for a reason, because I want this station to head on its own separate line. And so now I'm good to go with that. So let's just plop her down right anywhere there. Let me hang on, let's do it here. You know, can I do a well, it's not letting me. It doesn't let me lock it. It doesn't, for whatever reason. I don't know. All right. Oh, I know why. Get rid of the bad one. Let's move this over. All right. And I'm going to line to the bottom this and this. See, that's what I thought. This thing does this. If I do, let's see if it lets me do this. O, A. Not exactly. Wow. This is such a curse. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Anushka, what I started to finish telling you guys, if you're familiar at all with this area here at Deep Creek, we are in we're over it's what they call the North Glade
Mm-hmm.
Cove. We're in a subdivision called Sky Valley, and
Yeah.
so it's right off of 495 Benninger Road. There's a big house that's got a giant stone gateway that's down at the main road. It's a huge
Yeah.
rich person's house. Uh, so our road, Sky Valley Drive or road or whichever it is, turns off of 495. At that point, we go back into our road. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
we've been here since May to sort of
Oh,
fit
cool.
into it. And in fact, that's what
Yeah,
I'm doing.
I haven't been in a long time to Deep Creek. I think the last time I went was when I was a kid, but I've been meaning to go again.
Hey, Chuck, should I tell her or you?
Go ahead.
That I was gonna say it hadn't been that long since she was a kid, I'm sure. It sucks to be old.
Yeah, I guess by haven't been since I was a kid, I mean like 10 years ago. So,
All right. So now we've got everything as we like it. We're gonna save these settings now, but there's a bunch of levels that are turned off and all that, and we've frozen everything and just turned it off. We could technically go in and clean it up, get rid of it, do all that crap. I'm not, we're not interested in that. We're getting some paper out the door. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to come back after lunch. Look at that. We're going to break for lunch right on time. And we're going to put our little view right in here from that model. Now, are you
Mhm.
familiar yet, Anushka, with how to bring those things in
No.
to a sheet model? So that'll be some good instruction to show you how to set those up because there's two.
Is that
I,
at the bottom in the left there? Is that how I'm just guessing, just based
what?
on like when I was
Bottom,
messing around.
bottom left of what? What do you mean?
Like of the screen where it's like sheet one board. I'm thinking of something
Oh, no,
else,
no, no, no.
I
These
think.
these are what are called views or view
Okay.
groups. Yeah, and this just lets you same as
Okay.
like I switch with the models directly.
Okay.
But
I'm thinking of
sometimes,
something else. So no, I
yeah,
don't.
no, you're thinking of AutoCAD because there's a model space and paper space tabs across the bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's essentially that. But then in each of those paper spaces, you have to do a viewport into the model space to be able to bring the geometry into the paper. And that's what we're going to do. And it's really nothing more than just another reference file. And we set it up with scaling. And so it's a great little skill to have. And it's something that, because so many people don't do this, and because they'll set up their sheets, their drafting sheets, they do everything in that geometric model and not in the paper model. So they're constantly having to multiply scale in their head and figure out how tall text is supposed to be, yada yada yada. That's why I make my text 1/8 of an inch tall. So I know what 1/8 of an inch is. I don't know what 1/8 of an inch is at 1 inch equals 20 scale, or 1 inch equals 25 scale, 1 inch equals 50 scale, or 3/16 of an inch equals 1 foot. I can certainly calculate it. I'm not interested in doing that. So this is a good skill to have. Oh, I just noticed something. Where's our city of York? Remember that little city of York thing we had over here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's missing. Oh well. Let's put that back because we did this. We copied this. Well, where the heck did that go? Oh well.
Maybe it just disappeared.
Yeah, it was. Oh, that's not the boundary that I want. Oh yeah, guess it would be. Yeah, no, I'm here in the actual thing, and it said City of York. All right. Now I'm going to line that up with that district engineer word. No, actually, I'm not, because we're freezing that off. All right. So there's that. Let's save those settings. Come back to this. You know what could have happened is that at some point I did one too many undos. All right, so that now should match. and we'll get the sheet numbering last. We do still have you guys, yep. And so here we are, we'll save settings. Now, go ahead and close this off if you'd like, or if you want to continue doing something with it, you're welcome to. But we'll come back at 1 o'clock or even 1:05. I'll give you your full hour. And then we should wrap it up. It should be easy enough from there, okay?
All right, sounds good.
All right,
All right,
thank you.
folks, I'll see you back in an hour.
All right, everybody have a good lunch. See ya.
Yeah.
Ah, very good, Ken.
All
Good
right.
job.
So just I'm going to let you go ahead and share again, and we'll keep working on yours and let you do a couple of things here when we get to it. All right. Now, I will request remote control. Okie doke. Now, what we need to do is bring our drawing into this area right in here.
Mhm.
So what we're going to do is reference that file, okay, into this model, and this is a sheet model. So we're going to attach, use our attach tools, and we're going to reference right here, and let me open this up a little bit further. We right click and attach, or use the buttons or the menus. And that should be on the other screen. Yeah. Now, the file that we're going to attach, or rather the model that we're going to attach, is actually in this same DGN file. So we're going to select our same file. Now you can't do this in AutoCAD, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to bring this into this file. Now, when we do this, I'm going to look down at the bottom, and it's pretty important the way we store things to choose save relative path. So if somebody were to pick up that working directory and move it somewhere else, that way it knows that reference was a subdirectory under working, and so it just looks under itself, finds working, and goes and finds the file. So we're going to make sure that's always set. And you can see the different types of files you can attach here under a type, and we're going to almost always be using this CAD files. But notice you can also attach, cell libraries. There's an Autodesk file separate from the Autodesk files that are also included up under CAD. But you've got other things like Triforma, 3D Studio, shape files. Now that's very interesting. If you have a GIS bunch of data, like for instance, the I-81 job that had to compile all the properties for that widening project that went up through Lackawanna County and whatever else it was. There was a GIS database of all the property owners. So we just attached that shape file, and it not only brings over the geometry and draws it into the drawing where it is, but it also brings all the data that comes with it. So this is really, quite nice. Now notice you don't have a PDF. There's no Acrobat in here. That is an image file, although technically there are some that are vector, but it's a vector image. And so that's under the attached tools for the raster attachments. That's where you get those. All right. So we're going to make sure we're in the CAD file. This is the file we're going to want. Now, if you just double click this, it's going to go out to those state plane coordinates. And we're down here near 0, 0. So it's going to go way out there to the millions and hundreds of thousands or whatever and place it. We have to move it into place and do a lot of that kind of stuff. And that's because of this setting right here called coincident world. So there's a couple of different ways you can do that. Coincident world is what you always want to do if you are attaching something into a design model, because that brings everything into the same coordinate system that you're working in. Okay. But when we're in a sheet, we want to switch this to interactive, because what we're going to do once we get this up, and this is going to come in with this dialog, coincident world bypasses this and creates it out, wherever it is. So we need to now, from here, we're going to choose which particular model we're going to use. See the models? Those are the same over here. So we want the default model. Okay, and that's the one by default that comes up. Now, right in here, logical name and description. I like to put this, I like to kind of describe these, and we're going to call this the geometry from design model, something like that, so that when we see it in our list, oops, crap.
Oh,
Yeah.
give it over here.
Okay, there we go. So when we see it in our lists over here, you're going to see those in these descriptions and logicals, and you can help keep track of what they are. Plus, and I'm just going to copy that and paste it, same thing there. So when I see it in my list, a whole bunch of reference files, I can find it without having to worry about, where the model name, the model, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just a little naming convention. Now we're going to take this, instead of coincident world, we're going to open up this standard views, and we're going to choose a top view of our model. And it's going to put it in here, and I think it'll probably come in unrotated. We'll rotate it around to match. And right here, because it read this model and it knew that it had an annotation scale of 1 inch equals 20, it went ahead and chose that. But you can, let's say if you had to put it in twice the size, you would pull that down and change that to 1 inch equals 10. But make sure that matches. That then populates these two fields here for you based on 1 inch equals 20 feet, which is 20 times 12, 240 inches. So 1 inch equals 240 inches, or 1 angstrom equals 240 angstrom, 1 mile equals 240 miles. You get the idea. It's a ratio. That's why metric, when you're doing all this work in the metric system, you forget all this crap up here. Everything's done by a simple ratio. It's much easier. Now, the live nesting, and you can also, assign a level that it goes to. There's no real need to worry about the level assignment because it's just referencing in. But this nested attachment, whether it's live nesting or no nesting, is or copy attachments. It works like this. I'm bringing in this default model. It, in our case, everything's contained in that model. It's native to that model. But remember when we started, we had referenced the DWG file. So we could have kept it. Let's say that DWG file was flawless and we could use it as is. So we could have kept it in our model as a reference. And so in that case, we would need to turn live nesting on, and you would put, however many levels deep you want to look. So it had, say, the DWG file referenced, and if that DWG file had multiple files referenced to it, we would change that depth, to say 2 or whatever it happens to be. Now, we don't have any, so it's not going to matter. The other option is no nesting, so it will ignore the attachments in this model. Or we could say copy the attachments. So if it had a attached file, it would temporarily attach it as a nested reference and then copy it into our space here and rescale it and do everything like it's supposed to work. We rarely use that as an option. Typically the workflow for that is to go back to the other model where you have that reference, open up your list, select your references here, right click it, and you would choose merge into master. So that brings it in. And then when you reference this, it's no longer nested. So blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the only other thing, when you are attaching things to a sheet model, you get this down here at the bottom, a new boundary and the name, and it goes by the name of the view that you're choosing here. And of course, you could change the name, but what this does, now normally I just set that to none, but what it does, I'm gonna leave it as new so you can see it, and we'll get rid of it. But I want to show you. Let's call this name
Test.
geometry model. Okay, something like that. And I'll show you what that does. And this is why it's here. And we use it a lot in the open roads designer workflow where we're working with geometries like alignments and profiles, terrains, and such like that. And so you're going to see those things named. And that's where you cut views like a plan view or section view or an elevation views. And when you bring those in, then you can name those. And you'll see the little marker that it brings up when we get to it. But I just want to leave this on to show you, but normally we just set that to none. If you forget, no problem, you can erase them later. Okay, so I'm going to say okay. And now nothing seems to happen, but look down here at the status line. It says enter a center point for view top. Okay, so I'm going to come down here and I'm going to actually switch to the center of, I think this is the, yeah, see it's right there in the middle. Or you could just eyeball it somewhere and it would go accordingly. All right, so now it says it's attached. And wow. What?
Yeah, what happened there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Something.
Maybe I missed clicking it and it took it to 0. All right, so no worries. So now we have it over here and we have to move it into our space. Now see right there's that little marker.
Mm.
See, and it gives it view number 1, and this is a reference to the sheet number it's on. It shows you the scale and gives you the name of that model. And so that's what you generally do. Like if we're doing, let's say a detail sheet, and we're over here and we've got, and we bring in say 4 details. We have one here and it would be called 1 and get the name 2. And so those are the detail numbers on the sheet. That's just, standard drafting type convention of how you name this stuff. All right, so now we got to bring this into position over here. We could delete it and go back and redo it because apparently I missed the click or something. But what we're going to do is we're just going to move it into place. Now, if you select something in here, just any given object and choose move, see, it's not going to
You're
work.
moving it off the coordinate base.
It says down here, no elements selected, okay, because it's in a reference. So, but one thing you could do is if you selected this, or in our case, we would want to select everything, and then you right click on it and you would say, it should say move reference. It just says move. Let me see here.
So is that moving it off the coordinate base then, if you move it?
No. It's just on this sheet.
Okay.
So let me see. I don't necessarily need to. Yeah, there it is. If you just hover over something, let me see if I select it and yeah, it says move reference. That's why I wonder why it should have worked like this. And then if I right click, yeah, so just point to a given thing. You don't even have to select it. You can just right click it and you say move reference. And it asks you from and to, and you do it that way as well. Okay. So, but the other way to do it, and here's the way I like to find out, because we know we're going from here over to here. Let's come down here in our reference list. Now notice in our reference list, you see it's the same file name, but it's got 2 different models. One is the blank title sheet and the other one is the actual default model, which is geometry from design. That's why we named those like that. Okay. So now you can see it, and it's got this huge boundary around it for whatever reason, because that view was probably defined as such. In fact, that's why it's out there, Chuck, is that top view of that model was, for whatever reason, the bounds were way out like that. So you can see the center of that view is at the center of our sheet.
Okay.
Okay, so it did work, but it's just out here and out of whack because the bounds weren't clipped. So no worries. So we have it selected. And if you right click this and choose move, it knows to move the reference. It's not, and it's just moving where the reference is attached. It's not moving the geometry in the reference. It's just moving where it's attached. So we're going to choose move, and it's going to ask us from and to. So I'm just going to, I'll come over here and I'm going to go from the center of this little rectangle. And I'll back out. And you don't have to snap those. I'm just, you could just click an empty space and get something close. And I'm going to move that to, say, the center of this. Okay, so there it is. It's now moved somewhat into place. Now we have to put it in, maybe scale it or clip it or whatever else. Now, when they did theirs, they had a bar scale on there and it said it was 1 inch equals 20 feet. I suspect it was actually done at 1 inch equals 25 feet. In fact.
I have a question, Ken.
Yes, sir.
So, are either one of those on a coordinate base? The reason I ask is when we're doing curb ramps, we were always told to move the sheet, the part sheet, and not the actual points that are in SS2
Correct.
images. Those points
Correct.
are
But
on the coordinate system.
that's right. But keep this in mind. When you're doing your ramp stuff, you're setting up sheet frames in the design model, aren't you?
Right. Yep.
Okay, so you don't want to move anything in the design model. We have a sheet model. We have a separate piece of paper, and each one of these models is just like its own little independent drawing.
Okay.
So when I move this reference file, it's not touching the geometry. That stays at its original coordinates.
Okay.
All it's doing is repositioning where the reference is attached. Just like when we do a rotate view, it doesn't rotate the elements. It just changes how it looks on the screen.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Okay, very good question. And that's good advice when you're doing those ramps that old way, because you have to put the title block, you have to center the title block around the geometry you want to
Right.
draw.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay, because you want that geometry to stay where it is.
Right.
But if
Okay.
you have the title block off in its own model, then you can reference this geometry, not only this one, but multiple different models, multiple pieces of it. You can assemble a detail sheet.
Okay.
And you don't have to draw right in the sheet model. You can draw it in the geometry model and then just put these little references and move them around on the sheet.
Okay.
That's why it's such a much better way of doing it. Now, I'm going to open this for a sec. Into its another session, because I suspect, even though we set everything up as a 20 scale, I suspect, and I just based that on seeing their bar scale, and I suspect they've got that wrong. I bet it's 20. Now, see, a 1 inch equals 25 feet is slightly smaller than 1 inch equals 20 feet. And 1 inch equals 25 feet is a standard that PennDOT uses, and they do it for this reason. It's not a standard engineering scale. It's 25. It's not 20 or 30. But the reason they do that is from the old days, back when we used to, uh-oh, hang on a sec, I just unplugged my computer. There we go. Because back in the old days, when we did this stuff, they would take the drawings and then they would microfilm them at half scale. They would scale them down half. So if it's at a 25 scale, originally scaled down half, it becomes 1 inch equals 50 feet. And they could take out an engineer scale and lay it on the microfilmed or the reduced print and measure stuff with their scale using 50. Instead of, let's say, if you had a 30 scale drawing, you do it in half, then it's going to be, well, 60 would work. But, you know, if you had something that was weird numbers, you might not have an engineering scale that had that on it. So we're going to look at this drawing here a minute. And we see down here in the plan view, it says 1 inch equals 20 feet. Now, I'm in a sheet model, so I'm going to measure that. I'm going to analyze, measure a distance, and I'm going to choose between points. And I'm going to go from this 20 end up to this 0 mark. And I see that that is 1 inch. Okay, well, so it is at 20 scale. All right, so let's take a look then at 20 scale. 20 scale, here we go. See, 20 scale goes, the little frame that we outlined goes from this edge out to this edge, and that's just a clip boundary. Now we've got that note sheet over here, right? So we need to clip ours down a little bit, or we need to change the scale. So if we were to change the scale, let's go back to ours now. Oops, I'm gonna get the right icon. Here we go. All right, so let's take a look at manipulating this thing around. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to select that again, and I'm going to say rotate, and I'm going to rotate the reference, okay? And I'm going to do it by points, and I'm going to go from this point to this point. And now, okay, I want to use AccuDraw, and I see it's not turned on. So let me go to Home, toggle AccuDraw. Let's put save settings so that's always there. All right. So now I'm going to rotate the actual, and again, I can point to it and I can do it from here, or I can point to it out here, right click, bring the menu up and say rotate reference. All right, so I'm going to rotate the reference from here to here. Now notice that the AccuDraw compass rotated around to line up with that frame, but I want it to line up with the screen. And so there's some shortcuts. You can type just V for view, and it lines up with the view. And now when I come down here and it'll snap to that axis, I click it there. Now you see it's oriented the right way, but we're going to need to figure out where we're going to clip it. So now here's that little marker. And again, this thing here is if we move this, notice when you select it, it selects the whole view and everything. If you say move, see, typically you would, you know, bring that up and put the, and when it's doing that, even though it's showing you the boundaries, it's only moving the marker. See, it leaves everything where it is. All right. So, but we're going to also just select this stuff here, which also gets the frame. So that's the view boundary and the label, and we're going to delete it. Now it's going to prompt us for something here, because when we delete it, it says, do you also want to delete the reference associated with that drawing boundary? No, we do not. We want to keep the reference in here. Otherwise that would detach. Okay, so now we know we're going to need to bring this up and about. So if I just right click here and choose move reference, I'm going to bring this up here. I'm going to get that north arrow right up in there. Let's see if I'm off the table enough. I am, but I'm probably too far. Well, I'm not probably, I'm definitely too far into this. Okay. Now, the first thing we're going to do is let's try changing the scale to see if that will help us to fix it. So if I do that, if I go back to this dialog and change it from 1 inch equals 20 to 1 inch equals 25. It's going to make it smaller. And when it does it, it's going to go way back out where it was again before. And now it's up here. And I'm going to move it. Move the reference from here down to here. Well, that might. All right, so now we're still a little bit wide. So what I'm going to do is we're going to scoot this over. I'm going to move the reference. And again, I'll keep that. I think it's okay northwise, but I'm going to, let's see, select the reference. All right, now I'm going to look at the ghosted images, and I'd like to be able to keep, see, I don't want to have to move that word. So I'm going to put the word right in. Yeah, I'd like to get, I'd like to show this street and show Grant Street.
We can't move the scale any smaller than that.
Oh, you can, but I'm
Okay, trying
using,
not to.
yeah, you certainly could. But what I'd like to do is to see if we could do it, but I'm going to have to clip off. Like I'm going to clip this part out.
Okay.
But I want to keep the street names. I don't necessarily need the railroad to show. Or I could even really just clip it right in here. I don't necessarily need to show that. Let's do that. We'll clip it there. We'll clip yeah, I do want to see that street. That gives it a placement. This also gives it a placement, but I think we'll leave it. We'll clip it here, but not here. All right, so I'm gonna just move it up a wee bit vertically to get it up near the top-ish like this. All right, now we have that. Now it's time to clip. So we will clip this. I'm going to clip it so that we're not confusing them with this intersection. I'm going to clip it back in here a little bit. So I'm going to set a fence to do my boundary. Okay. And I'm just going to come in here and make sure I've got everything down, make sure I've got enough to show from here. And I'm going to clip it, say, right in here. And I could even come up and not show the red thing, but I'm going to leave part of the red boundary in there just to show you what we're doing here. So if I set that there, now I've got a fence set, and I'm going to come down here and select it, and I can choose this clip reference, or I can right click it and choose clip boundary. Make sure it says method is active fence, and I accept or reject. So I accept with a left click, and that's now clipped. Okay, now I'll place the fence again and just go right back to my arrow tool, so I don't need to worry about doing that. So now I've got that, and now I'm going to move the reference, and I'm going to get it a little bit off of the corner. Whoops, I want to say move the boundary with the reference. So I'm going to bring it down a little bit off that corner and a little closer to the note table, and that should make it nice. Okay. Now, a couple things, and we're going to have this at a 25 scale. Now, because we're at a 25 scale, these words are annotative at 20 scale. So they're a little bit bigger. So if I go back to my model, and if I change that to be 25 scale, now this also affects, whoops, I guess I got to get the right one. This also will affect the line weight, the line styles and things like that. So your fences and all that would line up to the proper scale. All right, so now that's done. I'm going to check something here. I'm going to take that element, select it, and I'm going to copy it. And I'm just going to take it from here, and I'll just put it out, out here anywhere. And I want to see what its height is, and it should be 1/8 of an inch. Okay. It says 0 because my sheet model, I need to select the sheet model in my model list, and then come down here, and I'm going to make that. Well, it should read correctly. Right, that's text. Why does it say 0-inch height? This is one of those from AutoCAD. Oh, crap, it's locked us up again.
No.
All right. Yeah, see, that's part of the danger. I'll stop remote control. I'll stop your share. Go back and restart it all again.
Yeah.
Since we're not changing it anymore, I think it'll be okay to leave it, but anytime I was trying to edit the text. So I'll check it another way. I just want to make sure, since we set the model annotation scaling to be 1 inch equals 25 instead of 1 inch equals 20, all of those text elements that are annotative will change their sizes, and the line patterns will change based on the new scale. Okay, let's remote control. Now we'll let it load up here again. Now, see, these things are missing here. That's because they just haven't loaded yet, I think. There we go. All right, now let's take this guy and get rid of him. And let's go back to this model. And let's select this text. Yeah, see, it's still 1/8 of an inch. And we are scaled at 1 inch equals 25 feet. Line style scaling by annotation scale. So all is right with the world. All right, so I'm going to move this down a little closer. Man, why? I'll go AccuDraw. I think what's happened is because even though I've saved settings, I have to have everything set up like I like it and then exit and come back in for it to stick. All right, so now I'm going to move this. We'll go from here and I'm just going to lock it on the vertical axis and I'm going to bring it down here so it's closer to that center line. Okay. So our text got see, it's 1/8 of an inch, but it's still, you see, its annotation is true and the annotation scale is still set to 20. So we're going to have to go back here and change a couple of things. This guy, annotation is true, annotation scale. See, this should say 1 inch equals 25 feet. And that's going to make it a little bit bigger. There we go. All right, so let's fix all of these. Let's select based on element type. Text nodes, text, and notes. I'm going to right click and choose display set. So now that's there is annotation. And I think, let's see, hope I can get away with this. Is annotation, if I say true for everything, annotation scale, I should be able to say 1 inch equals 25. All right, so everything got bigger except for these. Let's see, these notes. Whoops, what the heck? All right, so this now, all right, so I got to change. Let me find just the notes. Is true, annotation scaling. Okay, now we're going to maybe have to reposition. We're going to say display set clear. So we'll have to reposition some of this stuff to get it out of. So I'm just going to take this and bring him up. And here's a little trick. You see that little horizontal tick beside the word precast? I'm going to put it so that it straddles across there. It's not sort of stuck in there. So I'm going to leave that one alone, that one alone. That one looks fine. This one looks fine. Let's see if we can get it a little bit off of the stream edge. And then we'll take this and bring it down a little bit. Go to a near spot in here. There we go. And all of our labels, our stationing. Let's make sure that one is true annotation 25 1/8 of an inch. All right, so that's all good. that's good, that's good. That's good. And those, but we're clipped, so I'm not so concerned about that. Let me see if this one is. Yep, it's scaled correctly. Up here, I want to take this. And make it word wrap. There we go. Everything looks good with that label. All the labels look good. Now we might want to take all of these, which we set for a scale of 60. Let's see if we make those 75. So that was on level P boring. And let's unselect the text. And now let's change that scale. Let's try 75. All right, that's a little better. Now we're going to reposition these a little bit. I'm actually going to do one thing here too. I'm going to go to my existing font and change the background. I was going to set that to 0.2 instead of 0.5. We'll save the definition. There we go. So we cleaned that border down a little bit. So now it's slightly here. Let's go back to home. Move, and we'll just back it off that stripe, that image just a wee bit. And there's the old position. There, now that lets that show up a little better. We weren't clipping the symbol. We're not clipping the symbol. Get the tool first. I'm just going to take this and just there we go. Same thing for 4. There we go. Let's see if we can get that off that guardrail a little bit. There we go. I'm sorry, we're in Pennsylvania, so with the guide rail. Freaking hate lawyers. All right. Now 6, 5, 6 and 5 are about the same. So I'm going to line up the top. We're off of that guide rail, but it got into this red line a little bit. All right, let's move that. There we go. And it looks like 5A is okay. We'll take this one. We got 7 and 7A. So 7. Let's move off of there just a skosh. Seven A. And then finally, get this. See it? You see how the background is clipping the symbol just a little bit?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm doing, is getting that off of that symbol. All right, now we have all of our borings, they're scaled, labels. This thing, for whatever reason,
Yeah. The word wrap kind of went back.
oh, I know why. It's because when I redefined the text style, all right, here it's center middle. All right, so I'm going to move it from its center middle spot. I'm going to say the center of that to the center of that. Okie doke. So that looks good. That looks good. That one we didn't need to do anything to. Everything else looks good. Let's do this. And let's enable word wrap. There we go. Okay, I think that's good for that. Let's go back to our sheet now. And now we got the north arrow, we got the words, everything's all right with God's kingdom. The borings, the symbols. Okay, we're in good shape. Now, you may notice we have several things going on here. We've got colors that we need to change. We've got this thing here that we don't want to show up in our plan. But if we look at that, you see it's on a level called viewport.
Mm-hmm.
And if we look at our viewport level, and let's do it from, you see, that's the title block. So let's do it from here and this one. So our viewport level, I'm going to sort by used. Let me first sort by name and then sort by used. There we go. So our viewport level, you see, is set to, oh man, I want freeze, lock, and plot. There we go. So we've got a level here called viewport that is set to not plot, even though you can see it. Same thing as down here. There's a 0 construction, no plot that they named. So that's something you can draw construction lines on, but it won't plot. Now there's another way of doing that too, is where instead of drawing lines with standard lines, like if I look at this and I see over here, its class is primary.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you draw something, let me get one that's in there. Here, this is in our sheet, I think. So instead of primary, it can be a construction class. And so if it's construction, then when you go to, and we're going to leave it. Some people do it that way. They make construction lines. They'll change the class from primary to construction, and you'll see that up here, which is typically, let's do the element class. Yeah. So they'll change this from primary to construction when they're drawing it, and they'll even leave it showing, but when they plot, one of the plot attributes is constructions, and you can turn that off. Okay, so that's another way to suppress those. One further way to suppress it is on your view, is you can tell it to don't show any construction elements. So even though you've drawn them, you've done your work, and you want to basically freeze that level, but you just basically take it out of the view by this view attribute, you uncheck that. And so then they won't show up. All right. So now we got everything like we like it there. We need to set the scale to be 25 instead of 20. And if I look at this scale here, let's measure this. Now we are in the paper. So let me see what this is from here to here is 9/16 of an inch. So wow, that doesn't work well for us. We need to make that an inch. So let's see, do I have a line here? I do. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to copy parallel a distance of 25, or not 25, but 1 inch. I'll make a copy of it. And I'm going to go from there to there. There's my 1 inch. So I need to take this frame and stretch that out to be that 1 inch mark. So I'm going to go to my modify element. I'm going to grab the frame right there, lock it on the axis, and snap that. All right, so there I've made that one 1 inch. And let's see, I've got individual ones here. Do I have these? Yep. All right, we'll fix those in just a minute. All right, so 1 inch, 1 inch. It's there. We can take this, and that is center baseline. So I'm going to line up vertical centers, and I'm going to choose, oh, I got rid of that line, didn't I? We'll copy that from there to there. Now I'm going to line up vertical center. I'm going to choose that, and I'm going to choose that. Now that's there, and I can get rid of that stick. I don't need it out there anymore. All right, so that's going to be, so our scale is going to be there 1 inch that way, and we're going to go 2 inches this way. So we're going to take this guy here, offset him again. Oops, offset. Let me get back and grab it again. There it is. Now copy parallel rather. 1 inch, make a copy. So from here to here. All right, so there's my first copy. Oh, actually, I might as well do it a second time. All right, so that's where everything's going to go. Now, I will modify the frame. Lock the axis. Go to that stick there. I'll leave that stick to line up the 8. So vertical axis, that and that. And that and that. This then needs to move up to here. These numbers are going to change. This is going to be 50. This is going to be 25. And this is going to be 25. Now, that being said, are there any cells that are set up that are pre-built? Yes, there are. And we but they're too hard to find. I can't find them real quickly, and I had this already done. I'm just going to real quickly show you how to do this geometry. Now I want to center this over the frame itself, so I'm going to line that up. I'm going to pre-select both of those elements because that's I think that is a separate line. No, it's a piece of text that's underlined, so that'll work. All right, so I'm going to line up now vertical centers. I'm going to choose that as my marker, and I'm going to choose that. Right click or left click to accept, right click to conclude. All right, so that's now ready to go except for these little guys here.
Well, look at these comments that you sent me. And I'm also looking at these letter of transmittals that came with it. I'm reading that on that actually the box where they're giving you that Alzheimer data for driving outside. It says these additional comments are needed. Please reach out to our engineer, Delbert Rockler, and this number. What do you think? We should call him? Okay. All right, we'll actually,
All right, so there was a center line through all of that as well. And we're going to use that to position these. So I'm going to move this, and it's a shape with a fill.
yeah, that can, yeah, we want to keep.
Here to here.
We want to keep games involved, Wilson involved.
You got a question, Ken?
Yes. Sorry, I can barely hear you over Tariq.
All right, we'll wait till he gets.
Go
Sorry, wait, I can mute myself. Hold on.
Sorry.
Hey, so what are
Go ahead.
the different blocks for? You got solid blocks, you got white blocks, and small ones.
Yeah, sort of a checkerboard effect.
Yeah, yeah. I
Oh.
mean, what? I mean, why? I guess.
Well, just convention. That's the way. And if you look at one of the pre-built PennDOT ones, they don't have this as a solid. They got a bunch of lines all real close together. So when they plot, they look solid.
Okay.
But why is it checkerboarded?
Yeah.
Just to give visual contrast.
Okay.
And so now let me lock that axis and it'll go to here. Now, what you typically do is you consider your scale. We got 25. So how many of these do we want to have? Okay, and I think I got rid of, yeah, I got rid of those sticks. So we need to figure out how many of these divisions do we want. 25 divides nicely into 5. So it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, so we're going to set this. So that's going to be 1/5 of an inch or 0.2 inches to copy each of these things down to. So I'm going to take this and do that parallel copy again. And this time 0.2, make a copy. So from here to there, to there, to there, to there. Now I've got these little boundaries where these are going to go. Okay. So I'm going to just, and I don't know, do I need to do that modify by? Yeah, I can just grab the corner grip. And then this one. And then this one will be and this one will bring that into its proper place. Now, again, the proper way to do this is know where your cell libraries are and where those things are. Now, I need to get one more, so I'm just going to copy this one. from here to here. All right, so there's our scale. And we'll just come up here and we'll place it somewhere around there. All right, so that's good. The north arrow, I'd rather have the north arrow out here, I think. So now, this is in the model, the default model. Remember, it was drawn there. Now, you can do one of two things. You can copy it from the model into here and then freeze that level in the model. Or if you want to actually move, you could go back to the model and move it, try to figure out where it goes. But while we're in this sheet, if we select something in a model and you see it shows that it has a reference, it shows you where the reference is. If you right click it, you can activate that model, which means it's going to temporarily put you into that model, but leave you in this view. If you exchange, it's actually going to swap into that model, just like changing the model over in the model list. So I'm going to activate it. All right, so now I'm going to select this and I'm going to move it. And I'm just going to give it some perspective here. And I've got to make sure I'm within the clip boundaries. I think that'll work. Okay, so now I'm in the model. I'm still in that activated model, but, and you can see, you can tell that by, see how this is all grayed out?
Mm-hmm.
So you just need to right click the blank space and say deactivate default, and then that comes back. Now we're back in the paper.
Okay.
All right, so everything's good to go for that, except now we need to set our layers. Now, you'll get a lot of this stuff sometimes is set in, and here's the history behind it. The the typical way that people draw in AutoCAD is to make their color, their line styles, and all that kind of stuff be by layer. Now we can do that in MicroStation as well. We set them to by level. And that's the way I've taken to do this because I can re-symbolize things a lot easier when I do that one way. But if you're used to doing that, because some people like to say, I've got a layer here called water lines. And so they'll draw the lines with that line and the W symbol in it, and then another line and a W symbol. But then maybe they'll make them blue. But then maybe they'll draw fire hydrants in and they'll make them red and they're in solid lines. So even though they're on the same level, they might have different symbology. That's called individual or discrete or by element symbology. And that's the way most MicroStation users evolved over time to the way they drew. AutoCAD was the opposite way. So they typically did it by layer. Now, we are going to keep that again by layer or by level. We've changed everything to match the color and line style and all that is by level. So now we need to change the levels appearance in this sheet. And there's two ways of doing that. Some people, and this is more of an older school method, would go over here and choose this level overrides. And then when they go into their level business here, they would select that level. Let's just choose one here for yucks and right click and choose properties. And then they would set up the override down here so that when the override's on, it can be red showing in, you know, its other space. But then if I change the symbology override, I'm going to change it to be what I want in this paper, which is almost always going to be either black or gray. All right. So that's one way of doing that. That's more of an older method, but it's perfectly valid. But and you have to be careful because this level override's showing. Sometimes you'll get these source files in from the consultants, and they're set to that, and they've left them set to that. So you might want to get in the habit of looking under this to see whether level overrides is checked on or not. Okay, so we're going to leave it off. And we're going to now assign the actual color and line weight and style and all of that to all of this stuff in their levels. We're going to do it right in the level manager, but instead of doing it up here at the top, which is that's our sheet model, there's our border, we're going to select this. So that's all the levels that are in that default model, and we're going to start changing some things. So I'm going to, and the biggest thing we're going to change are these colors. So I'm going to go down here and I'm going to click on the first one. I'm sorted under use. So when I see the last dot, that's the last one that I used. That was my viewport. I'm going to leave that one red just so I can see it separately. I'm going to select all of these, and I'm going to select this color to be black. Okay. Now the line weights, because I haven't changed any of them, they're still what they were before. All right, so now you can see everything in there was black. Now these texts, let me see, what is this? Oh, get there. There we go. So this has a varying color. I know why. That's because in that dimension style. Let me see if I can find out what that dimension style is. Da, 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 Let me activate it. Existing. All right, it's not a dimension, it is text. Why does it say varies across? See, I want that to be by level. Oh, I know why I did that. All right, that's because the background was set separately from the text itself. So let's see if I go here and modify the text definition under general color by level. This should do it. There we go. So now they're all matching that. And I'm going to right click and deactivate. Now I've got these guys, which are in that. So I'm going to activate that. And those are cells that are made with discrete colors. So I'm going to select them. I'm going to come up here and change my attributes in the color. It's the only thing I'm going to change. I'm going to change it to by level. And I'll make sure I say change whole element. And then click here to accept. All right, so there they are. Now, we need to next go through here. We're going to take all of the existing levels and make them sort of gray. And shoot, there's that stupid thing. It's because I redefined that again. Move. All right, hang on a second. Yeah, it's the office. Hang on. Hello, it's Ken.
How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. What's up?
Hey, now, I just wanted to let you know we plan on trying to submit that Market Street report this week. So I just wanted to see. You think you guys will be able to wrap those structural borings up this week?
Yeah, we're almost done.
I think, man.
So,
One told me to just check with you just to let you know the urgent. That's all.
yeah, so yeah, we're just about done. So it's like I said, it's the issue is that there are well, no, not that so much as teach, these are all teachable moments, Yeah, and so
Of an hour.
yeah, so yeah, I would have had this done yesterday after about 4 hours or so or something, but we're taking our time and learning some techniques. So,
Where's it
yeah.
going? I just wanted to let you know the
Yep.
plan. Thanks a lot, Ken.
Sounds good. You bet, man. Be good.
All right, cool, man.
Okay.
Talk to you soon.
Okay, bye-bye. Okey doke. Let's see. Was the phone back up? All right, now I'm gonna deactivate my default. And I'm here and everything is black and according to its own line weight. You see there's one here. The proposed road is heavier. That's good, but it looks like everything is really kind of skinny-ish. So let's see what else we need to change. Let's go through here now and find, I'm going to set a filter here. So I'll pull this down and I'm going to type E dash. And I think and it'll at least get me these. All of these E dashes. There should be like E wall. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to be here in geometry. All right. So now E dash. So I've got all of these E's, assuming that that's where they set for existing. And I'm going to make that color one of these grays. I'm going to put it like 128. Makes it a little grayer. There we go. And there were also a couple of things like this fence is on level C fence. Well, that's a new fence. I think there's an E fence as well. Yeah, so there's an E fence line. It's that gray. This one's black, but they're still pretty skinny. You see that's level weight of 0. So let's do a couple of things first. This level here, E structure hatch, we're going to make sure we'll keep that at 0. But we're going to beef up these VA building lines. So let's go choose again the model. In our filter, let's do a VA. VA building. We did a 112. And let's make them a little heavier. See how that thickened up? So we've got that. This wall was E wall. So let's clear the filter. And let's find, I think most everything we're going to want. We'll come down here. We'll set these all, with the exception of, and I'm going to control click this VA building. See, what else do we have here? We had North was 2, Geotext was 2. seawall and see sidewalk. So I'm going to leave them, well, they're ones, so they're fine. Let's see these twos. I'm going to control click both of those so that we leave them as two. Now everything's selected either as a 0 or a 1, and I'm going to change them all to be a 1 line weight. And now this should say, yeah, by level its level is 1. Let's see, we had the P road. We want to make that a little heavier too. So let's find it a little quicker here. Just type road. P road will make a 2 weight. And we're going to take our structure levels. I don't know why it doesn't. All right, it's P structure. Let's try this. STRUC. So I've got existing structure. We'll leave that like that. E structure hatch, I'm going to make them 0. The proposed structure, we'll make 2. Center line, we'll keep it 1. All right, what else do we have here? I do want to, because that changed size, I want to move that a little bit. Let me see, what is its? I move it from its insertion to there, and now move it from here. I'm going to rotate to the element, so I type RE, and now I'm going to lock on that axis, and I'm going to pull it back down this way a little ways. I'll just do it like that. I've got plenty of room. I don't need to try to straddle the line and change the line weight. All right, that'll work. Now it's right click and deactivate. All right, I've got 1. There's existing channel wall. I did also want to set that guy back to that. And the reason that changed and this colonial courthouse changed was because I redefined the text style. All right, now this is on level G anno text, but that's really an existing thing that I want to make sure that they're gray. Same as this one. This is on G anno text. Okay. So these guys, and this is also on G anno text. Yeah, all right. So if I want these to be gray and those to be black, I can't do the by level bit. So I'm going to select the ones I want gray and set them individually. And I'm going to keep the street black, even though it's existing. So I'm going to get this guy and this guy. Now, this street name was already on a separate level. This was on a separate level, but now I'm going to change that. I've got those selected. I'm going to change their color to be that 112. So now they're, except I missed the terminators. if I alternate click, I've now established that as my default or as my current dimensioning style. So I'm going to now go to the dimension style symbology, and for the terminator color, I'm going to uncheck that as an override. And now without saving that definition, I'm just going to go here and say change. So I'll change that one. I forgot. I'm going to deactivate default. And I'm going to select this guy again. And this time, instead of activate, I'm going to choose exchange. So it's going to put me right in the model. So, and you have to do that because of the scaling. For whatever reason, you can't do that from an activated model. You have to be in the model. So symbology, I'm going to uncheck the color for the terminator and the color for the let's just do all of that. Now let's change this. I don't want it to be by level. Okay, 112. Okay, now I've got this current. I'm going to now change. It did that, but why the line itself? Oh, right here. There we go. Now let's come down and grab this one. That's a proposed. We don't want that. It's this one. And anything else that's still existing. No, those are all good. Now, the reason I did it there and did this change instead of saving this definition is because I want to leave that other one alone like I had it. So I'm going to just dismiss that, and it doesn't affect these other ones that were already drawn. Okay, so now I've got it, and I'm going to go back now down here to the lower left, except I can't, Chuck. You'll have to do it for me. Wait, never mind. Let me just do it this way. We'll go to the sheet here. All right, so now we've got that. We've got our boring labels. Everything's good to go there. This is our P road. That should be a level. Why is it weight of 0? I'm going to select everything here. I'm going to change its line weight to be by level. Now, yeah, there we go. So we got those lane markers in. They're heavy. This proposed curb or proposed wall is black. So it's going to be, some of their new construction. All that new construction, everything else, you see the old one is ghosted underneath it. And normally I would do a little call out and say existing structure to be removed. But again, Tariq doesn't like me to do all that kind of stuff, so I won't. And let's change our north. That's good. And the scale is there. I think we're good to go. Okay, so there's our drawing. We're going to save our settings. so that those layer redefinitions are going to stick. And everything that's new is black. Now, what is this? P road. Okay, so for whatever reason, they've put a little step out in the road. That's fine. This is VA sidewalk. So we need to change VA sidewalk. Down here, let's do VA. Let's do all of these. There's 112. There we go. Building outline. Now this building outline is E-struct, existing structure, as opposed to VA building. All right, let's make sure all our buildings are outlined, except for this one and that one. They've got on different levels for whatever reason. So I'm going to activate. And we're just going to match those to match these. So I'm going to say change level. Should be the only thing I have to change. I'm going to get my source with the medicine dropper, which is that. And I'm going to change this, this, this. Now let's go up and get this one. All right. So now our buildings are a little thicker. All right, I think we're good to go. There's our proposed fence. There's our existing fence. It stays. Gray. Color 128. E fence lines 128. Ah. I see what I got. Let me do this. Let's change this to none. I'm going to take all of the, I'm going to sort by color number. And come down here and find I've got some that are 112s. Some that are 203s. Those are ones that we didn't use. Okay, so there's 128. So I'm going to make all of my 128s 112 instead. So starting here. Yeah, it needs to be a little grayer. The 112. There we go. Now I'll go back to used as my sort. And what's going on here? You see those ghosted lines, those white lines?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That is the
The border?
Is it the mat
border
behind?
of the background itself. So I'm still in that. All right. So if I do this, change that background. It still says background. Let's make it a 0 width. Okay. Wow. This thing is driving me nuts. Oh, because I redefined it. All right, so come on. And this other one up here was the same deal. I think I'll do it that way anyway to get it off of there. All right, existing channel wall, everything's good now. We lost our road name over here. Does that have a scaling? It's a center line. Where did the road go? Or the road name, rather. Well, I must have either turned it off or I deleted it accidentally. And I thought it was on. These. Here's the road text. That should have been what it was on. I think I'm going to leave that east sidewalk on. Don't do that. Maybe. Let's see. No, I think it's too heavy in here for the demolish. I'll just leave that on as existing. Well, I sure lost that name. I don't know why. Yeah, let's go take a look, make sure we get the right street name. I think it was Grant Street. Yeah, Grant Street. Okay. So we'll just throw one in here. We're going to go to, oh, we gotta, no, that one's good already. All right. So let's sit on, I'm on E-road text. That's already there. So now I'm going to place a text, engineering existing 1/8 of an inch. We're going to justify it as middle right. And we're going to call it Grant Street. And the angle here is going to be -90. middle right. Okay. Oh, let me take this off a minute. There we go. Now, we should be able to go back here and see it. There it is. Okay, so we are calling this done. So we'll save our settings. Now, we're going to plot this. And let's see, that model name is boring location. Travel directions, everything's good to go. Good to go. All right. Now remember we talked about down here these text substitutions that we have to do with our pen table.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to choose our plot. And by default, this is set up to bring in the pen.pdf driver, and it's got some line weight changes and things like that in, but there's no pen table affiliated with it. And the color comes up as monochrome. So I'm going to pull that down and choose true color because I want to make sure that, you know, signatures and anything else that we had as specific colors would show up. All right, so now that part's done, but I need to select right here this pen table, and we make sure we're in our working files, resources, boring logs pen table. Now, what we've got in that pen table, the only thing that's in it, there's nothing in here that does any kind of other substitutions other than these text substitutions. So $date, $time, and they get replaced with those. Okay. So that's there. I do a quick preview to make sure it looks like my dates and all are filled out. So that looks good. And if you want to see it a little bigger. God, I wish Windows. There we go. Dates and dates, signature, signature. Everything good to go. All right. So now I'm going to plot it. Now, where I'm going to plot it is going to be, now I'm in this, whatever this working files is, I see up here TSNL, I'm in my right structure, but I'm going to plot files. And right here's this plot file folder. Now we're going to change the name. We got a little ahead of ourselves yesterday. So we're going to go into that folder, double click it, and it defaults to the file name itself here, but I'm going to now at this point, I'm going to leave the EC2430 on there, and I'm going to call this sheet 1 dash boring location. Okay, so that's an individual sheet that gets plotted. And it's going to pop it up here, and we're going to look at it, make sure it looks good. There's nothing too muddy, nothing. Looks like the signature is it showing up blue?
Yeah, it looks like blue.
Yeah. Now, we're going to have to come back and fix this to fix this sheet number here, but I just wanted to see our level settings all look good for the geometry. So we're good. The Doris is spelled right. Oh, I'm missing that. Doris Creek. What happened? I don't know.
Yeah, it's missing.
Well, did I turn it? Did I turn the level off? Don't think so. under here. E. It's like E hydro or something like that. If there's E hide and E hide text. Okay, well, let's see. This is on level E hide text. So I'm going to activate that. I'm going to alt click so I'm on there. I'm going to now go to annotate, place text, and that's called, and I think yep, we're still set for the right justification. So is it Codors or Corridors? Doris Creek. Oops. And that's a warm water fishery. Let's make sure. Yeah, it's Codoris. I'm gonna fix those boundaries again. All right. Now the angle is, I'm going to set this to be 0 right now because I don't know what that angle is yet. So I'm just going to put it right here. And now we're going to rotate that to line up with the same orientation as that stick. So I'm going to select this text, go to home, and I'm going to rotate. And I'm going to rotate based on 3 points. I'm going to uncheck copies. So I'm going to rotate about its insertion here, from here to here, and line up with that. No, I think that's good. All right. Now it is red because I had my color set to red instead of by level. So I'm going to make that by level as my current, and it's also there. All right. So that's there. And I still had this business.
I'll be right back, Ken.
All right. Okay. Now let's deactivate that. And so now we're good to go for when we plot it the next time. Except we need to figure out how many sheets we're going to have. Okay. So here's how many sheets we're going to have. Now, Anushka, there is a way over here in this Explorer and this sheet index. You can make an index of all the drawings that are included in your package, and it can count the number of sheets, and you can have it automatically fill out sheet number and total number and all that kind of stuff. But it requires setting up your workspaces and all that kind of stuff. So we're not going to go through all that complexity right now. We're just figure it out. So we're going to have, first of all, the location sheet, which we have. And then we have 10 borings. And we have, so 2 on a sheet. So that's going to be 5 sheets. So that makes.
And each boring is only 1 page.
Each sheet has a log drawing on it, and we're going to put 2 log drawings on each sheet of those. And it's like this second,
Okay.
okay. So we're going to have two of those on each sheet. So I've got the location map, I've got the two per, so that's 5, so that makes 6. And then I've got the final one that we called sheet X, so that's going to be 7.
7.
So I'm going to now, while that's there, I'm going to change that to be 7. And this to be 7. Up. Let me undo that. Seven. There we go. All right, so I know I've got 7 total sheets. And I've got this sheet 2, which is set up like I want it, at least referencing the old files. So we're going to reference now, instead of this box covered wings B and C, we're going to find that. Go to our raster manager, we're going to change the general notes and legend. We'll right click and file name, make sure we're pointing to the right one. Now this is in our structure boring logs, which I think, what does it say? That's Luzerne County. See, I don't want that one. All right, so let's make sure I get to City of York. All right, so I'm in working files. So I'm going to go up to this and go to structure log parts. And I want the notes middle pages. All right. So that's the notes that I want to bring in here. And I don't think there's a signature there. No, there's just an MTA. So that's good. I'll double check. This one I don't think I can change because it's sub-referenced. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now we got the notes and we need to take for each one of these. So we're going to do boring 1, boring 2. So right click, file name, and choose a little dot, dot, dot. Now this, with the raster attachments, it stays where we're supposed to be. So that's soil boring 1. We'll say open, and we'll say okay. And now, oh, that's what I was afraid of. All right. So this one is set to be a scale of 1 to 1. This one is set to be a scale of 1 to 1. Yeah, see,
It's pretty small.
when Jeremy generates these pages, he doesn't keep it consistent from job to job. So now we got to figure out how to sort of match this. All right, so let's move this from here. Oh, I want it on top. Let's see. Let me see if I can change that to be in the foreground. Now, if I select it, and move it, I want to just move it to like right in there. Now I want to scale it across. Wow, did I luck into that?
Pretty close,
Look
Ken.
at that.
Good job.
All right. Now we may be a little off top wise, but that's okay. So now that particular scale is 1.52759. So in this case, I think if we go to a 1.5, 1.5, that's a nice even scale. And now let's move that from where it is there, we're going to sort of eyeball centric it right in there. And we'll go back and put it now back in the background. Okay, so there's that one. All right, now this one, we're just going to delete. And this, let's make sure we didn't clip off any of our symbols. Okay, we're good to go there. Now this one, I want to set my boundary. So I want to get the left and right edges off of there. So I'm going to come down here. I'll keep that text there, but I'm going to get just outside it. And I'm going to go up here. But instead of just being outside the line, I want to make sure I'm a little bit outside those symbols as well. So there now I've got that set. That looks good. I'll right click that, select this, right click and clip. Oh, crap. Boundary. Oh, use fence. That's what I was. Oh man, sorry. All right, let's try this again. Right click, clip, make sure it says use fence. No elements in fence. Set my fence again here now. Outside that edge. Above the top and to the right of the symbols. Select it, right click, clip, make sure it says use fence, click. What happened? Why isn't it doing this? No elements in fence. What happened to my, oh, there it is. All right, so now that's clipped and it said I'm going to move it up here just a little bit vertically. Now I want to try to get this similar distance off. Yeah, similar distance off the two borders. Now, see, and I can't snap to this line because that's an image. That's not anything I can snap to. All right, now, because I have that set like I like it, it's a 1.5 scale, I'm going to select it and I'm just going to copy it. And I'm going to copy, I'm just going to click down here as reference and I'm going to drag it across and I'm going to try to get the similar type spacing away from its neighbor. What the hell? I said copy, not move. No, take that back. I thought copy, not moving it, didn't do what I'm thinking. All right, so there now, this sheet is done now, except this is SB1, this is also SB1. So back to this and SB1, the second one, we're going to change its file name.
SB2.
And again, we're in the right folder to SB2, okay? And that's okay. And done with that. So SB1, SB2 are in here. We've got total sheets. I'm going to go back to this guy, right click, and choose activate. So I'm now in the title block. And I'm going to change that from a 4 to a 7. So now even on our first sheet, it should say 1 of 7, which it does. And I forgot to deactivate. So there we go, deactivate. Okay. So now those are all good. All we have to do is, let's go to sheet 7. And we had that little clip, remember, over, sorry. See, there's our little mask where we hit out the one that was in the title block. So we're going to, and this is now in our paper space. So this is going to be sheet number 1. No, I'm sorry. Sheet number 7. I'm in the wrong one. So sheet number 7. So now we've got the first and the last sheet and the middle sheet all done. And they're good and ready to plot. But let's go back and look at this second sheet for a second. And we see we've got everything done there. Did we change that? It is sheet 2 already. So now that sheet is ready, good to go for the way the rest of these are going to work. So the easiest way to do this now, Anushka, is that we've got this one done. We're going to make multiple copies. So we're going to just select our model in our list, and we're going to choose this copy icon or right click and choose copy. And so we're going to say copy. Here's the model to copy, sheet 2, boring logs 2. What do we want to call it? We're going to call it sheet
3, probably.
3, boring logs 3. And then clear out this and change this to a 3. And it's going to go. Now, unfortunately, it goes in the order over here. You can sort by name and then by type. So now it's 1, 2, 3, 7, but every time you do it, and when you come back in from opening the file up again, it goes back in that default order. So if that bothers you, you can just hit these columns and it'll sort.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we have sheet 3 ready to go. Now the notes, remember, was that one file that said middle pages, general notes middle. So we don't need to change that one. We just need to change these 2. So I'm going to go back to there and I'm going to let you do that. So change S1 and SB1, SB2, change them individually to 3 and 4. No, wait, cancel that. I looked like, cancel that a minute.
Okay.
Do it again. It looked like you didn't get the right choice. Right click. See, it looked like you chose attach. We're going to go up and choose file name, which is the 4th from the top. There you go. Now.
Right, because attach would add a new one, right?
Absolutely right.
Not change it. Okay.
And then say okay in the dialog there above, and voila, SB3. Do the same thing for that one. Okay. Okay. That sheet's now complete, or is it? Look down at your sheet numbers. Sheet numbers. No, not in there.
Oh, at the sheet. Oh, down here.
Yeah. What sheet number is this?
This is 3.
Yep. Okay. And I would go back and zoom your full size. Use this little icon right up here, right there, and that'll zoom to page size. And since everything's good, I'm going to hit this save settings icon. All right, so that's good to go. Now, you've done sheet 3. I want you to do sheets 4, 5, and 6.
Here. Make a copy. So 4, 4. Yes. Okay. Right.
Oh, you know what? You
Not
know what?
references, sorry.
No, no, no. Leave us. All right, we got this good. I just thought of something we could do to help
Okay.
speed this along a little bit. I'm going to go here. Let me see if I can pick this out of this. Let's call that 1. Let's call this 2. I don't know if I can pull it out of logical reference. Let's see. Let's make this. Let's do it this way. Well, if I can manage to get to it. There we go. Make the descriptions 2.
Okay.
Make this, oops. Let's make this description 1. Well, my mouse is not cooperating here. All right, so there's 1, 2, 7. Three. I'll show you why I'm doing this. I should have done this at first and I didn't think about it. It's just going to save us a step here a minute. And now we're on sheet 1, and I'm going to come down here, and instead of this being model, it looks gray. All right, so instead of that being the number 1, I'm going to put a field in, and I'm going to make
Oh,
model
okay.
property. Okay. And so that model property is going to be
The description.
description. Yeah, so I could have used logical. I could have done that as well. So either way, that's fine. So there's that.
Then we shouldn't have to go in and do it.
Yeah, so now every time you, as long as you put that description as 2, it'll be the page number.
Cool.
So just to keep these consistent, let's do the same thing here. And we'll make it a field. Be a model property. And I'll have the description. Yeah, I'm sorry. I should have done that first time. But that's how you evolve.
Live and learn.
Yep. And if you're like me, you get lazy and you look for every shortcut you can find. So now,
So we would have to do that for every new page that we do?
no,
No,
because
okay.
we're going to copy the last one we did.
Right,
Add
right.
that, right?
Yeah,
And then it will automatically update because it will have a new
new
description.
property. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you would have done that on the first page that we copied, then it would have actually succeeded to all the rest of the pages, correct?
That is correct. Thanks for pointing out my shortcomings.
Ken, you're the master. You know that.
Yeah. Now, and there's something else you could do with these too. We could have used the name and then we could do, there's an equation that you can strip all that crap out of there, but we're not going to do that.
Okay.
We're going to make it simple. All right. So back to this and back to this one. And make sure we are 3 and 4. Okie doke. And now 4. And this could, we still have 3 and 4, so we need 5 and 5A. I like having smart students. This is great.
I told you, man, she's a rock star.
Oh my goodness.
You know, if Chuck and I were younger,
Uh-huh.
you could assume that we were, probably hitting on you or something. But, we're to the point where we're just honestly glad to have somebody smart in our midst.
Oh,
Exactly. Yeah,
So,
exactly.
yeah,
thanks,
so we're all good to go with that. And now you don't need to
then.
close that box off each time if you want to leave it open.
Okay, I can just leave it open. Okay.
Yep. And
So
even do this part. So you're going to now do that. What are you going to do for the
then
fish?
the next page,
Mhm.
the description needs to be 5.
And what else in the name? There you go. Perfect.
5.
Yeah, I told you she's a rock star.
Yep.
She was doing this the first
Okay.
day we went out on a recon, so I quit.
Yeah. Yeah, you see how that sheet number updated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you got it. Now you know how to do these things. And so we're going to get the next one in order. Yeah, that's the only thing. I wish that it would, man, but that you gotta conclude it.
Can't have everything.
Apparently not. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, I wish it worked out so that 7 and 7A could be on the same page.
Yes, I do too. Now, and that's not to say that they won't come back and have you do it, in which case you're gonna need, because see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5A, 6, 7. So they would have you make 6 by itself and then 7 and 7A.
Yeah, and then 8 would have to be by itself. That
Right,
would
it'd
be
just be on a single page,
pretty
right?
pretty ugly.
Yep. So,
I think
okay.
that's
Now if you can
all.
close that off and
So
just click
so I
off.
got a question, Ken, being we're talking about that just as an if maybe. So how we got our pages there now, they're actually 1, 2, left, right. That looks good. If you did
Yep.
8, wouldn't you leave it to the actual justified left and not center it on the sheet? That way it matches everything else we've already done.
Yeah, if we only wanted the one, we would just delete
Leave
the
it
second
left
one.
just okay. All right. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure you wouldn't try to center that because it's a single sheet.
No, no, it's and there's no rules for that, Chuck. It's
Okay.
just the aesthetics of
Right.
whether or not, however you want to make sure. And so, and here's the thing, it doesn't matter. Like you see how I put my little spacings and all that
Mhm.
around there, and I try to get things to line up when and where they can. Um, and when, whatever methodology that you use, the key to making everything really work is to be consistent page to
Mhm.
page.
Okay.
Okay. That's the real key.
Okay.
All right. So now I'm going to sort by name and then sort by type again. So now they're over here. Now let's go and plot each of these sheets. So let's go back to sheet number 1. So double click that sheet. Now let's let's do the plots. We're going to generate all 7 sheets, and then we're going to combine them, and then we're going to send to Jeremy and Hua and Tariq what we have.
Can you remind me how
Yes,
to start plotting?
absolutely, absolutely. And there's a little plotter icon right up here at the top of the screen, right up here.
Oh, okay.
Looks like the printer.
Oh, okay. It looks like the GIMP
Yeah, the
one. Okay.
printer is what they say when they plot, just like in AutoCAD. Plot
Okay.
Yeah.
would be going to a printer, and whatever pen weight you have or set up.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we are in the PDF, that's fine. Now, I've also done these before where and I don't know that it copied over in your configuration. Let's see. Yeah, see that PDF structure logs?
Uh-huh.
Let's try that one and see how
Okay.
that looks. Now that comes in and it sets to true color. We still need to set the pen table though, right here. And we're still in there. Pen table. Now,
We always, when we plot our curb ramps, just to note, where the scale is. If the scale is correct on the sheet, it'll show you your scaling 34 by 22, like ours are 11 by 17 when we do them. It's just a quick check.
yeah, this bit right in here.
Right. Yeah. It's
And
just
let's
a
say
check.
if it came in and if it was something like set like that, you would see the size would be different and you see how it's and it
Right.
just hits this maximize button. Because I'm choosing a sheet, I'm not using a view or a fence. And that sheet is set to those dimensions. Okay. So there you go. Now go ahead and hit the printer button inside this dialog now. It's the leftmost icon right there.
This one.
Yep. And now when this comes up, you're going to get, but it goes to its default location. You see it goes into my workspaces, pen.worksets test out.
Yeah.
So you come down here to this bottom where it says directory, right there, and pull that down. And now you see it's got one from the
Mhm.
working files, but there you see it's usually the second one down. And so now there it is. Now you can just select it right here and it will take that name. Okay, and so yes, you want to replace it. Now this one, I don't know if it automatically comes up.
Oh, did it go in?
It's not set to automatically open. Let me see if we can fix that.
Isn't there a preview section that, yeah.
Yeah, and that's also this little guy here. That's that business. But if I edit this, I want to do automatic open after creation. Let's change that to true. And yep, we'll save the changes. And now go ahead and just repeat that. Just hit the plot button again. Down below.
Director.
There you go. There you go. Now let's see if it automatically opens.
Hmm.
Right, let's try this a minute. And to reload it, let's make sure the configuration stuck. Okay, so it's there. Sometimes these things are not. Now, by the way, where these are the previous, you've also got the previous file, so you can just go straight to that list of files if it's there. I had to reload it. Okay. So there's that.
That's
Now,
only the first page.
yeah, that's the one we
Okay.
just did. I'll make sure I've got color. Yeah, it's a darkish blue, which makes it look like he signed it with a blue pen. All right, so that's good. All right. So now, and you can leave this open
Mhm.
if you want, because we're done to plotting. So double click your sheet 2 model. And now just for safety's sake, pull down that file menu and choose reload printer driver. And see that switches this down to read true color and all of that. Nope. Okay, yeah, and it keeps the pin table loaded. So there you go. So there now, instead of trying to retype all this stuff, just select this one to sort of pre-build
And just
that, and
Mhm.
then just
And
change
then,
it to
change it to.
sheet
sorry.
2, and we'll just call it log sheet. And okay, that all looks fine. 2 of 7, everything's good. Close that.
And then the next
Right.
one.
Yeah, you don't need to close that, just switch models. And by not closing it, we're keeping the pin table loaded, but
Mhm.
you do have to reload the driver configuration to switch to true color. There you go. And just grab that and change the 2 to a 3. Okay. Go ahead and generate the rest of them.
Okay.
So you're on, you just did 3. So
Mhm.
let's do 4, 5, 6, and 7, and then I'll show you how to put them together. And of course, you may know how to,
In Acrobat?
yeah,
Yeah.
you know how to combine those up into a book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can do it on my computer though, because I don't have Adobe Pro. Melanie's trying to figure it out for me right now.
We'll take a look and see. Now put a space. Put
Oh, sorry.
all right.
I'll go rename it.
Yeah, you can just rename it in the File Explorer.
Hey, I got a question for you, Ken.
Yeah,
How many people have the copies of Bluebeam?
I have no idea. I hate Bluebeam.
Well, but that's the thing that we need to edit when we actually put the things together. That's what Jeremy was showing me is how to edit those logs that come out of Ghent is with Bluebeam.
Yeah, but my Acrobat can edit.
Well, see,
I've
we
got
don't have Acrobat Pro though. We're not.
well, I
We
don't
don't.
either. I've got the free one that's included as part of the Mac OS
Oh,
operating
okay.
system.
Yeah, all
Actually,
we
I
have is
do
we did.
I do also have Acrobat Pro, but I don't use it all the time.
They don't give it to us.
Well, that's the thing. And if you don't have it, then what you have to do is say, well, I can't do this. Somebody else has to because I don't have Bluebeam. And so management's going to have to figure out if they'd rather save the cost of another Bluebeam license or if they would rather take the delay in having somebody else that has it do the work.
Well, but we have 10 copies from what I saw from that. Emily left me the license information. We have 10 copies of Bluebeam. How many people in Pittsburgh are using that?
I have no idea. I'm sure
See,
Jeremy
that's
does. I think Hua does, and I think Jim does.
so. I
They're
would say
certainly
that we
not
need to
10
start
people.
bringing them back. That whoever
Tarek
has
has it, I'm pretty
Now,
sure as well.
now you keep minimizing this. Each one of those is still open in Acrobat, by the
Okay.
way.
Oh,
So
so I should probably,
yeah. So you have to, yeah, just click all those. And now I've minimized that if you want. And now if you're on sheet 7, so reload and plot. And now I would
she's
change that to
fast.
7, and I would change log sheet to say, and see where it says log, I would change that to say analysis or lab tests or whatever you know, something that,
Descriptive.
yeah, there you go. Perfect.
She's fast, Ken.
I know you and me, we're just half
Oh my
fast.
gosh, I wouldn't even be that fast. He'd be like, you still be looking at me doing it.
My granddad said, I'd rather be fast than half fast.
Exactly.
I'm
All right,
gonna
now,
go in and
okay, you're gonna rename that one.
yeah, right. Should be
Yeah.
good.
Now, all right, so let's see. I'm gonna minimize microstation. I'm going to, wait a minute, there's this one. Wait till that reopens. It's doing all that because it's a DWG, and DWGs do not auto save like DGNs do. So
Mhm.
all those things that we may have done, I'm just going to close this whole session now. So that's gone away. Now we'll do this. Okay, now from here, if we see you've got the full on Acrobat.
Yeah.
You don't have Pro.
I
But
think I still have the free trial maybe for a few more days, so it actually might work today. I had to get it like last week for
we see,
to do something.
Yeah, they're very chintzy about handing out stuff. So
no, oh, come on. All
I
right,
usually like scroll through and there's like a combined PDFs thing and it lets you
yeah,
combine
it's
all of
like
them.
that here where you said, but we don't have it. When this says create in the non-pro version, it doesn't have an option to combine. Voice presentation, start from a template. Yeah, I'm gonna do any of this crap. Let's see.
It might be like if you scroll over here, I think,
Oh, it's
yeah, yeah,
added here. Okay.
or maybe
Start
not.
edit. Okay, so you apparently don't have it at that
Wait,
license.
can I try
Yep,
something?
sure.
It's it was in 2025, right? Or what year was it?
24. And it should be 2430. Geotech. Foundation report. Nope.
Pattern parts. It's in
Working files, plot files. There you go.
do that all individually. And then usually it lets me.
Oh, there you go. You got it.
It's really slow on this computer,
All right.
but usually that's how I do it.
we used to have e-copy once upon a time. Also,
Well, you chose to, yeah, now you can just drag and drop. Just take all of them, shift click. Click on 2, shift click 7. No. There you go. Now drag them all. Drag them. Or okay, you can do that too. All right, there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, but you don't have 1. Yeah, go ahead and add. You could have said add open file. That'll work now. Now bring that across. There you go. Perfect. Combine.
PDF?
Well, yeah, but it's the top. You didn't need that PDF space. You wanted the PDF file.
Oh, yeah, I
But
think I clicked.
all right, it worked.
Okay.
All right, so now if we look at, get rid of this. Let's look at our sheets and get this god awful Windows mindset. Now, there's our first sheet, 2, 3. So those are all good. 5, 6, and 7. Perfect. Okay, so there you go. Now, you've got it as a binder, so you need to do a save as.
Mhm.
So I'll let you drive now. You can just go to your menu and choose save as, and you want to save it at, is that the, okay, yeah. So now what I would do here is just select, say this name. So we get this little EC 2430,
Mhm.
and I would call this then Market Street logs dash, well, let's do it instead of Market Street logs. Let's do Market Street dash all sheets.
2 H's.
Let's call it, yeah, hold on. Market Street logs. Something like that.
Okay.
Then when you do that, there's your file. So now we need to reply to Jeremy's original email,
Yay.
let him know where it's going. Now, let's just close on tabs there. Here's save changes, no, to that one. All right, so now you've got these all here where it's sort by type. There it is. So that's really the only one they need. Now,
Mhm.
it's almost 5 megabytes. I'm not a big fan of attaching files that large to email messages.
Mhm.
So what
Mhm.
I like to do is come up here, click in this, right click and copy. So you've got the path. And then go ahead and pop up your email from Jeremy. Were you copied on?
I don't think I was copied on that.
Okay. So what I would do then is this. I'll do it. Well, I had to set up. I haven't turned the VPN on yet. All right, so go ahead and let's just make a new email.
Okay.
And let's send it to Jeremy Hamborski.
Yeah, she was in on the one from Jeremy that shows the path for the file that we're
Yeah,
going.
she was on
Oh,
that list.
that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
She was
yeah,
on
that's
that.
the
Oh,
one.
okay.
Yeah,
Yep,
so
she's on that one.
cancel that and
Yeah, she's on
reply
that
to
one.
that one.
I just had to look.
Oh, this one? Okay. Oh, I see it.
Yes, there it is. Reply to that, reply all. Okay, and then I would say, Jeremy or team or whatever. Does Tariq not?
He's
Let's
not on
add
that.
Tariq to this, add Tariq
Yeah.
to the CC list.
Yeah, he's not on that one.
There you go. Hi, Jeremy. Files are done. Comma, located here, colon. Space, well, not semicolon, colon. Space. Well, okay, yeah, either way, you can do it that way. You could turn that into a
A
Link.
URL?
Yeah, you can turn it
link.
into a link and it'll actually.
Or that's something. Mm.
Perfect. And let us know any issues, etc., and blah, blah, blah. And I had a great time. I'm a now microscope and you can put Ken out the pasture and let everything else happen internally. Yeah, there you go. That should do it.
Then
That way you're not slinging that 5 megabyte file around in email attachments.
Right.
So
yeah.
he can just go right to this email, open it, and go right straight to it. Okay.
Good job, Ken.
All right.
Anushka.
Yeah, guys,
You
you
too.
guys.
Thank you, Ken.
Any question then when you get onto these things, because it might be something that you might feel is simple and you should know, for heaven's sakes, pop me an email, send me, call me, do whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad
I
they helped.
definitely will.
Yeah, listen to, and I'll post up the videos. I got yesterday's
Okay.
already downloaded, so I'll get those and pop you guys the links to those.
Appreciate all your help, Ken.
You bet.
Yeah,
So
thank
so
you.
you can close out microstation if you're done. And that should work. So I will wish you guys a great evening.
You have
And
a good one too. Thank you.
You as
all right,
well.
see you guys.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye.